Space opens an endless abyss of horror, on the edge of which a person realizes his powerlessness and insignificance. Hello everyone, my name is Strange, and I believe that people should know the truth. My people risked their lives to extract classified materials from the archive of the Special Operations Forces. The report described contact with an unidentified phenomenon. Even I am not allowed to publish much of the report, as the resonance can be catastrophic. But I decided that the world should know the truth, and today I am publishing a story based on this report. All names have been changed for security reasons. And here is the report itself. Nancy, how gentle you are today, how good. The gentle velvety skin touched his cheek. He wanted to enjoy this warmth, beauty, passion. Just one move, like this, and I'll kiss her on the lips, on my ranch, and now she's going to be mine. Nancy, I love you. It sounded distant, almost a whisper. Rise, then again. The vision began to dissolve. The ranch melted like smoke. Tenderness was replaced by the cold fabric of the pillow. A loud and menacing rumble sounded right in my ear. Get up, rookie. What are your lips sticking out? Are you trying to kiss me? Come on, get up. The body jumped out of the bunk like a string. The hands automatically began to grab a tunic and protected trousers from the stool. That's it, I'm soapy to sleep. And it concerns everyone else. A few minutes later, the entire platoon, exactly 32 people, was lined up in front of a row of bunk beds. The black platoon commander walked in front of the formation, looked at the soldiers, and peered into each face. He had such a feature, to look through, as it were, and at everyone at the same time. Attention! Now you will be instructed. Listen carefully and do not ask unnecessary questions. What's the matter, Davy? A burly fellow with tattooed arms, Corporal McKinsey, stepped forward slightly. Is it an alarm? A war with the Reds? Set it aside. The whole barracks rang. A trim captain in the uniform of the Special Operations Forces appeared in front of the formation, looked at all the soldiers, and looked into the eyes of the corporal. McKinsey couldn't stand the look and pressed his chin to his chest. After that, he tried for a long time to explain to himself what was in the captain's gaze, but he could not find the words. Something stinging, punishing, and icy, like a deadlock. Ladies, from now on, your entire platoon is at my disposal. I am Captain John Wojtowicz of the U.S. Army Special Operations Forces, and your immediate commander remains your platoon Senior Corporal Instructor Davy Smith. Count on the first, second, and third. Half an hour later, the entire platoon was loaded onto two tended vehicles. No one explained their task to the soldiers, there were no introductions, but everyone was armed. Corporal McKinsey looked around and pulled a pack of cigarettes out of a camouflage pea jacket. Looking questioningly at Smith, he nodded his head approvingly, then sat down next to the corporal. Give me a cigarette, McKinsey. The corporal handed over the pack, waited, then lit a cigarette for himself and the surgeon instructor. Listen, Davy, what's the matter? What is the task? The platoon leader took a drag and blew smoke towards the curtain of the tent, looked at the soldiers, and approached the corporal a little. I don't know myself, this queen from the Special Operations Forces didn't say anything. Additional information is available on site. Smith adjusted the holster and pulled the pea jacket down slightly, took on a drag. I heard out of the corner of my ear that some helicopter crashed in the hills, 50 kilometers from Jackson, almost on the very border of Wyoming. I think our platoon has been pulled out for a sweep. McKinsey grunted, leaning on a light machine gun. I'm sorry, they found rescuers. Freeze your ass in the woods now, and the frost is 20 degrees. 25. Okay, set aside. Look, McKinsey, keep an eye on the people. And keep an eye on this one, your core fan, narrow-eyed Jimmy. In general, I hope for you. So far, this is your combat mission. Understood? Yes. Don't you understand? The corporal opened the curtain of the tent, threw out a cigarette, straightened his pea jacket, and cleared his throat. That's right. The drill sergeant looked at his watch. At the head of the column, in an armored Hummer, rode Captain SSO Wojtowicz. On his lap, in an open tablet, lay a map of the area with the designation of topography, settlements, and roads. A red dot was clearly visible on the gray lines, which shifted like an arrow in the direction of Yellowstone and ended with another dot. The driver squinted at the map. Captain, we will arrive at the unloading point soon, 10 to 15 minutes. What is this group like already? The captain sighed. The third, if this one fails, then we'll connect a special agent. Now they are preparing a new group at the training ground. Have they been instructed? No, but the situation is being fully worked out at the training ground. The first two groups, and this third one, is blind. The driver looked at the captain. Their eyes met, measured for a few seconds. But this time the captain was the first to look away. The driver spat out the window. Okay, here we are. The soldiers deftly jumped out of the cars into the snow, warmed up, checked their weapons, and talked quietly. Dawn was breaking on the horizon between the heavily forested Wyoming hills. Brr, it's so cold. Would it feed us? The signalman, narrow-eyed Jimmy, a short Korean, nudged his sidekick, the corporal, in the shoulder. Yeah, now you're going to have a restaurant and girls like in Iraq. Look, the captain is coming. The captain got out of the Hummer and walked towards the soldiers. The sergeant instructor ordered the formation. Nodding approvingly and waiting for the soldiers to line up, Wojtowicz put the tablet behind his back and adjusted his cap. Soldiers, you have a task ahead of you. 4 days ago, a helicopter crashed in Square 43. Together, we'll come through this fucking frozen forest. Find a wrecked car and the pilots, or their bodies. Is everything clear? A slender "that's right" rang out from the line. Sergeant instructor, come to me for reconnaissance. Wojtowicz and Smith headed for the Hummer. The captain spread out the map and a clipboard on the hood. Look in this square. The captain pointed to the first red dot. The helicopter is out of order. We don't know exactly what happened there. We work on the radar. Then the damaged helicopter shifted here. The captain ran his finger over the map and crashed at this point. So it's about 7 kilometers. Did he fly 7 kilometers damaged? It turns out that way. And Smith, your job is to set the task for people and calm the forest. Is that clear? That's right. Then command. I recommend dividing the platoon into 3 search groups. I will lead one group. You will lead the second. And the third? Appoint a corporal. Will he cope? Will he cope? Command. The captain rolled up the clipboard. We're moving out in 15 minutes. The first group is with me to the crash site, you and yours to the first point. And the third is calming the forest around between our groups, approaching the crash site. 5 minutes later, the drill sergeant began giving orders to his platoon. McKenzie, take the narrow-eyed one and the first squad. I'll go with the second one. The captain will take the third one. Smith spat at his feet. I don't like all this. Keep in touch via a closed radio channel. Yeah, this is the helicopter, the pilots. And they raised it to combat. Consider it. The armament is considered complete. Explosives are just not enough, like in Iraq, right, sergeant instructor? Okay, corporal, we're leaving in 5 minutes. Keep an eye on the people, especially those Dan Lagnos. Tell someone to take a piss, and what else is there for someone? Without hitch. That's right, sergeant instructor. The snow was loose and high. It was hard to walk. Corporal McKenzie pulled off his helmet, then his hat, and wiped his sweaty forehead. He scooped snow into his palm and rubbed it over his face. Don't stretch, pull yourself up. Everyone keep an eye out, report any unusual things to me. Hey McKenzie, can we arrange a rest stop? Narrow-eyed Jimmy caught up with the corporal and also scooped up snow. Do you have a cigarette? You need to smoke your own in this, Jimmy. Let's not do your usual tricks. We'll come through the forest and go back to the barracks. The corporal handed a pack of cigarettes to his friend. 10 o'clock in the morning. Mark my words, we're not going back to the barracks today. Listen, McKenzie, what have you got there? Blood. Corporal McKenzie touched his face with his hands and then stared at his fingers in amazement. They were covered in blood. He rubbed his face under his nose again and instinctively tilted his head back. Pain shot through his temples, and with fading consciousness, he snatched out narrow-eyed Jimmy, who fell to his knees. Blood was running from his nose and eyes. Your mother. At that moment, the entire squad crouched in pain. The soldiers fell into the snow, rolled and beat their heads, clutching at each other, looking for help. Each of them felt as if something last, deadly, had accumulated in his head and exploded with a piercing crack. If they could have seen at that moment, they would have seen a light bluish glow descending on them from the tops of the snow-covered pines, enveloping and destroying. Private Polaris to me. A freckled, ungainly and long soldier ran up to the sergeant instructor, the antenna of a field radio peeking out from behind him. Give me a link to McKenzie and hurry up. The soldier began to ask for a corporal to search on different waves. He's not answering. Your mother. Maybe their quartz is discharged. I've told Narrow-Eyed about this many times. Maybe. The surgeon instructor was starting to get annoyed by this situation. "Squad, listen to my command. We go out into the square, come through, and move away to the place of unloading. We wait for the others and come back." He silently mentioned the captain of the SSO, the helicopter pilots, communist enemies, and the entire American army, in which he had to do God knows what. They'd failed to calm the square. They suffered the same fate as the McKinsey squad. Captain Wojtowicz was sitting in a glazed Mercedes and skimming through some documents. In the front seat, his driver was driving, the same one who drove in a Hummer on a snowy road 2 weeks ago, Captain Knob. "As it was, I will report it, you know." Wojtowicz put the documents in a folder and put them in his briefcase. "In principle, everything went fine. Our smart guys collected everything they needed. Now the guys of their technical committee are working. And the surgeon instructor, what's his name? Smith. An instructor sergeant was killed during a battle with Islamic fundamentalists in Afghanistan. It's official. Like the last ones." "Exactly. And enough of this. Here, read from the official report." Wojtowicz took a piece of paper from his briefcase and handed it to the driver. 50 kilometers from Jackson, Wyoming, in Square 43, a celestial anomaly was discovered by local residents. A flash of light, a comet, swept over the forest and collapsed in the Yellowstone Hills. The square is marked on the map. The testimony was recorded from the words of eyewitnesses, local residents, the Oswald couple. Eliminated. The first search group died completely. The second search group, one survivor, shows signs of mental insanity, idiocy, traces of severe radiation exposure. The third group died completely. From the explanatory note of Captain SSO Wojtowicz, an unidentified flying object, hereinafter referred to as an anomaly, was found in Square 43. A group of the National Guard was found at the crash site. 4 people were eliminated. As a result, my unit was hit by an unknown weapon, field, or radiation. Attached is the conclusion of the doctors. Only I survived. From the observations and conclusions of the Technical Commission, the anomaly has the ability to inflict damage, followed by a period of recharging, probably the internal power of the anomaly. After a series of shocks, a long charge of 7 to 8 hours occurs. This time can be used for the work of technical personnel to study the anomaly. After the defeat of Corporal McKinsey's group and Sergeant Instructor Smith's group by unknown weapons, the group under my command went directly into the anomaly square. There was a third blow that had no effect on me. The group was amazed. The anomaly entered the charging period, experimentally proven, the defeat of the first and second groups. According to the results of the initial scientific and technical inspection, it was revealed. Troops of humanoid creatures in airtight overalls, 3 pieces, sent to the laboratory for research, classified. A unit of weapons, 1 piece, sent to the laboratory, classified. Sealed flasks with oily black liquid, 8 pieces, left in place, begin to warm up when moving, probable danger of explosion. From the explanatory note on the preliminary conclusions, the energy source could not be detected. Radiation exposure is applied up to 2 to 3 times, after which the anomaly gets up for recharging. The last interval is 8 hours and 37 minutes. The evacuation was carried out in a timely manner. The area is cordoned off by special forces at a distance inaccessible to radiation damage. Currently, a special agents group is being prepared. Prisoners sentenced to death have been transferred from the state of Texas to perceive the radiation factor in the subsequent approach to the anomaly. What do you say? Captain Knob shivered. You know what, Johnny? Will they not send us to perception ourselves later? Wojtowicz chuckled. We would like to. We have already sent it a long time ago. The anomaly doesn't work on me. I went with the group 3 times and nothing happened. That's it. Then you'll be sent to the experiments like these little grays. Fuck you. Okay, John, don't overdo it. Where to? I'm going to report now, and then we'll go to the training ground. It's time to test the special component. Have the scientists at least unearthed something, or are we just burning a soldier? Wojtowicz turned around, getting out of the Mercedes, and held his hand over his head. Through the roof, Russians and Chinks will be hanging around our asses now. Washington, 1998. Sultry, Red Africa. Pretoria. I was 7 or 8 years old then. I don't remember exactly. I was walking home from school and suddenly, in a narrow alley between Madame Wilson's grocery and the corner of Peter Baumann's car workshop, I met the 3 of them. And I knew they might be there. I know anyway. Godo Anal Balthazar Perik and Azaz Burma. Two black Africans from the newcomers who did not care deeply about apartheid and everything connected with it. And Balthazar is a descendant of Portuguese immigrants. Where are you scratching, brat? A thin, nimble, and toothless Godo jumped up to Alona and snatched a leather case bag from his hands. Give it back, Godo. The boy stretched out his arms, but was immediately grabbed by the tall Azaz. Balthazar watched from the sidelines and grinned until Godo handed him the bag. Look, Chief, maybe there's something valuable in there. Perik accepted the bag and opened the zippers, took out the telescope tube. Both Negroes eagerly looked at the bag of the telescope and waited for further orders from their boss. What, baby, did you want to see the stars? Give it back. Elon squeaked, his eyes starting to fill with tears. Perik spread his hands dramatically, and the telescope fell to the asphalt, the lenses broke, and the tube rolled down the alley. Oh, I'm sorry, baby. I accidentally dropped it. Come on, guys, beat him up so he knows how to enter our alley. Elon Musk shook his head. Did you really doze off? He leaned his hands on the marble countertop of his office. That's the way it is. I was in Pretoria as a child and returned to Hawthorne, California. There was no one here but him. There wasn't a Perik, no Anal, no Berm. I wonder what they'd become. They probably aren't alive anymore. Perik, with his irrepressible character, was stabbed somewhere by dashing people, of whom there were many in South Africa. Burma died in some flophouse from syphilis or AIDS. And Anula was taken away in a police car in front of the whole schoolyard for raping a high school student. Probably became the wife of some big Afrikaner. That's where they go. Elon Musk smiled and rubbed his temples. To the point. 23 years have passed since that ill-fated meeting in the alley. Things couldn't have been better at SpaceX. New orders, new deals, and most importantly, the opportunity to develop science. The only comprehensive and indestructible passion of Elon Musk. Elon pressed the selector button, and the voice of a pretty secretary answered him. I'm listening, Mr. Musk. He liked her voice. Elon smiled again. Margie, dear, look at the reports to see if the answers to our claims have come to the Motors and SkySpace plants. And don't schedule an afternoon for anyone. I have a meeting with an authorized representative from NASA. Just a minute, Mr. Musk. I will send the report to your email. The meeting with the plenipotentiary representative did not take place. Another one took place, a landmark one that turned everything upside down, completely changed life. Elon Musk left the glass and concrete building of the SpaceX headquarters, happily sucked in fresh air with his lungs, and headed for a parked car in which his personal chauffeur was waiting for him. He sat down in the back seat as usual, nodded to the driver, and leaned back in his seat. The driver knew the schedule perfectly well, and no adjustments or instructions were followed. Suddenly, the glass to the left of the driver shattered. The driver was thrown to the right, and then his body convulsed. Elon did not even have time to scream as two hefty hands pulled the driver's body out of the car, and a hefty man in a black tuxedo and black glasses sat in his place. There was a second man next to Elon. It might have seemed that they were twins, with the one who smartly shook the driver out from under the steering wheel and took his place. What's the matter? What's happening? The car started moving and began to pick up speed. Oddly enough, it was allowed to pass the outer perimeter without any questions. And where did they put the driver? You don't have to worry about that, Mr. Musk. There's nothing wrong with your driver. The man sitting next to him was looking in front of him, although it was not clear from under the dark glasses where he was looking. He kept his hand ostentatiously on his chest holster. What's the matter? Is this a kidnapping? Elon grabbed the door handle and tried to pull it towards him, but immediately felt the stranger's fingers grip his shoulder with an iron grip and pulled it himself. I'll ask you not to do anything stupid. You'll find out soon enough. The car sped through Eagle Gardens at high speed and turned towards Garfield Manor Avenue. Then Alona was blindfolded and helped into the helicopter. The flight lasted about half an hour. At first, Elon counted, tried to memorize the turns, but soon lost his way and decided to just wait for his fate. At this very time, 220 kilometers from Horton, Special Operations Agent John Wojtowicz was waiting for the scientist and genius Elon Musk in a small hunting lodge in the middle of the Palma and Yuma Indian Reservation. Inside the hut with him was a man in a black denim jacket, black jeans, and a beret, with his hands in his pockets. Why should I request the summary again? Wojtowicz was yelling at a man in a black denim jacket. Why does the External Surveillance Department constantly fail? The man in the denim jacket took off his sunglasses and put them on the table in front of Wojtowicz. I'm not responsible for the reports of the Department of External Observations. The analytical department is currently sorting out the little things received from our northern partners. Wojtowicz became interested. What's up with these former commies? In the area of Lake Baikal, a fall of an object of extraterrestrial origin was recorded, presumably collapsed directly into the lake. A group of our agents in Russia is being prepared. And the Russians? Now our people are working through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Perhaps they will give us everything they find there. They forgave us Kursk, handed over all the secrets without a fight, and they will hand over this one. Okay, keep your mouth shut, sit down. Wojtowicz took a cigar from a box on the table, bit off the tip and lit it. Do you hear? The noise of helicopter rotors was heard over the hut with an increase. The man in the denim jacket put on his glasses, stood up and adjusted two waist bolsters. You're escorting a smart guy here. You'll stay at the entrance yourself. That's right. 15 minutes later, Elon Musk was sitting at the table in front of Wojtowicz. Let me introduce myself, Mr. Musk. Wojtowicz stood up and held out his hand. I'm an FBI agent, Tomasz Parecki. He specifically introduced himself with one of his fictitious names, which, however, was immediately confirmed by the extended ID. Is this how you kidnap people? Damn it, we live in America. I have rights. Wojtowicz sat down on a chair and coldly looked into the eyes of Elon Musk. You have the right to be executed by me for high treason this very second. But I can offer you another fate. A wave of fear swept down Elon Musk's back, and his chin, covered with uneven stubble, trembled. Musk stared at Wojtowicz's hands and was afraid to make even a sound. He wanted to go to the toilet unbearably. Relax, Mr. Elon, feel free. Wojtowicz grinned and took a drag on his cigar, blowing smoke right into Musk's face. You are here because our state has a very great interest in you. Do you understand? Elon Musk nodded his head and coughed from the cigar smoke. Wojtowicz took another drag and shouted, Answer as it should be. Musk started up. Yes, I understand everything. Of course, everything that will be shown to you is absolutely confidential. For disclosure, by the way, how is your family? Didn't you just have a son? Yes, and what does this have to do with? Elon Musk looked at Wojtowicz in confusion. Your wife Justine and son will be very upset if suddenly their husband and dad give us a reason to doubt their loyalty. Elon was silent. Wojtowicz looked complacently at the interlocutor in front of him, although he looked more like a defendant before the verdict. However, we will consider the official part completed. Now you will be shown some materials that you will have to study and give a brief oral conclusion. Do you understand? Yes, but what should I do? I don't understand. Wojtowicz took a briefcase from under the table and took out a laptop, opened it, and turned it to Ilona. Study the following document and photo materials. I'll leave you alone. Wojtowicz was sitting in the helicopter cabin, opposite a man in a black denim jacket. What do you say, John? I think he's shitting himself. Wojtowicz took a deep drag and blew smoke into the half-open hemisphere on the pilot's side. The man in the denim jacket chuckled. Wojtowicz slammed the half-open hemisphere with force. Let's give him 1 hour. Then we'll have a conversation. By the way, Boris, take a closer look at him. The sky in the palm of your hand project will be supervised by you. Elon Musk was sitting in front of his laptop and at first couldn't believe his eyes. For a moment, it seemed to him that this was all a hoax. His friends or spouse have dumped a lot of money and everything is fake. My gut told me otherwise. In front of him were the notes of a secret report backed up by photographs. During the construction of an underground fortification at a depth of 460 meters in the area of the Alaskan Ridge 63-0408 SS 151-0023ZD, during the development of rock basalt rock, a colossal underground grotto was discovered by laser thermal method. The dimensions are being specified. All work has been suspended. The area is cordoned off. A special forces platoon has been sent to inspect and explore the grotto at the mouth. When entering the grotto, the special forces were attacked by an unidentified enemy. The dead are 11 people. The bodies emit a powerful trace of cobalt radiation in the gamma spectrum. From the preliminary conclusion, the grotto was the base of alien entities. The period of arrangement, staffing, and mode of use has not been established. Currently, the bodies of extraterrestrial aliens hereinafter referred to as aliens, are being investigated. Preliminary examination of the bodies of strangers did not yield results. There is not enough research capacity, comparative samples are being selected. From the research of the alien database, the following is clear. Elon Musk's eyes widened, his breathing was shallow. At that moment, he was just afraid to take a full breath. He was looking through photos of the bodies of alien entities found in the grotto. The aliens combined the characteristics of reptiles and humans. Apparently upright, blue-green skin tone, dead cat pupils. In the next photo, the body was located on a huge preparation table opened. Elon's chest and stomach spazzed. He reflexively covered his mouth with his palm and leaned sideways from the table. With an incredible effort of will, Elon restrained his vomiting and continued to study the materials. The grotto, the external protection system, and all the power are controlled by a high-frequency biocomputer. Elon was looking at a photograph showing a large flask, inside which something rested. For some reason, it immediately seemed that was a brain. Not human. It is unknown whose, the size of a car engine. Many sensors branched off from the brain, incomprehensible needles, hundreds of needles, and many unknown devices. The brain was dead now. That was understandable. During the study of the biocomputer, telepathic contact was established with an unknown entity, hereinafter referred to as the curator. Sergeant instructor of the second class, Audrey Afkaper, came into contact. The contact occurred spontaneously after an attempt to connect a biocomputer to an external energy source. According to the conclusions from the primary telepathic contact, the grotto belongs to an ancient race of alien beings, hereinafter referred to as Nagas. The purpose of the base, its capabilities were not disclosed. In order to further cooperation, a contract was concluded. Terms of the contract for special admission. 2016, Neuralink, San Francisco. Scott, have you prepared the lab test report? A young guy in a white coat with a Neuralink company badge took his eyes off the computer and looked at his boss, stood up. Yes, Mr. Whitman, there are still corrections for errors in the correlation of the digital neuron model. Today I will receive data from the experimental digital laboratory, and the report will be completed. Whitman nodded his head approvingly and went to his office, turned around at the entrance. There will be data today. I will hurry up the digital engineers. Force the report. Mr. Elon Musk does not like to wait. At the same time, 50 kilometers from San Francisco, Elon Musk was walking and looking around in the laboratory of digital synthesis of neuromodels. Neuromodels were commonly referred to here as hundreds of glass flasks, filled with a neurostimulating solution. There were living people in the flasks, immersed in deep suspended animation. Due to the inability to copy or recreate the found biocomputer to obtain neuroanalytic powers, we requested the help of a curator. As a recommendation, the following information was obtained. The neurons of the brain of human organisms, hereinafter referred to as neuromodels, can be repeatedly enhanced with the help of a substance involved in a neurostimulating solution. To ensure 1 hour of operation of the biocomputer, it is necessary to use 41 neuromodels in constant operation mode. The external connection of neuromodels is carried out by a gold niobium alloy nanochable serial connection of the trepanated brain in the pituitary gland. After the expiration of the power of each neuromodel, 1 hour, the material is disposed of. On March 22, 1998, I was transferred to the Bureau of Special Investigations. Precisely after that unfortunate incident, when we were combing this fucking forest near Yellowstone. I thought I was going to be appointed head of my own Special Operations Forces department. But they made it clear to me that I have one back, and it's time to deal with the issue of the secret profile. If I hadn't seen that plate and the alien corpses in that forest, I would never have believed it. However, it is difficult to call a plate a pyramidal transparent object with round holes through which a person can crawl. Then, one of the TechCom smart guys said that these openings were probably covered with force fields. As for the gray ones themselves, they look like people in body. Fair-haired, curly-haired, tall, slender. Golden skin. However, the bodies were disfigured by the disaster. Something happened to them there, and they collapsed in Wyoming. This is how this unusual diary began. At first it may seem like fiction, but what I found next strikes me as simultaneously commonplace, systematic, and fantastically impossible. Apparently, John Wojtowicz was involved in conducting experiments and research that were related to the manifestation of extraterrestrial technologies and the presence of aliens on Earth. The diary contained memories, reflections, but some pages looked like sketches of future reports. I go straight to them. September 2001. Howard Bukowski, hereinafter referred to as the Object, was detained in his apartment at 4:00 a.m. He was immediately taken to a secret prison for detention and subsequent transfer to a research center. Officially charged with drug possession, the guys from the Special Department of the State Police work. About the Object. Howard Bukowski, male, 22 years old, white, unemployed. He does not suffer from chronic diseases and mental retardation. A reason for observation. The Object has repeatedly appeared in public places with claims that it was abducted by aliens for the purpose of medical experiments and contact. External observation has refuted the assumption of drug addiction. The Object was taken into development. October 2001. The first month of observing the Object. The results exceeded all expectations. The first indications are blurred. It is impossible to put together a complete picture of the abduction and contact. For stimulation, the Object was put into a psychotropic and hypnotic trance. Here's what we found out. Further, Howard Bukowski's own testimony is recorded in the diary, probably copied from the protocol or restored from memory. I don't remember how it happened. At first, there was a feeling that the floor was slipping away from under my feet. I was in my apartment, lying on a cot. Then the races. I woke up pinned to a table or a cot. I couldn't move, although there were no ropes or fetters on me. A silvery sphere appeared above me, which began to descend and envelop me. I could feel something liquid pouring into my ears, eyes, nose, my fucking dick and anus. I tried to scream, but I couldn't. Pain. Believe me, you have never experienced such pain as I experienced back then. The pain spread in waves from his groin to his head and concentrated there. I felt like I was crazy or couldn't wake up. After that, the silver sphere came out of me and hovered over me again. And then she penetrated me again. Now I remember that someone was watching this process, but I can't describe them. October 23 to 24, 2001. After repeated stimulation and increased psychotropic hypnotic pressure, the Object gave evidence. A sketch of the aliens has been compiled. Illustrations are attached. The verbal portrait is of tall, slender creatures. Black, lifeless eyes occupying 2/3 of the front surface. Lack of involvement, lack of empathy. Periodically, the bodies of the two aliens merge together through the diffusion of skin tissue. This statement may be a fantasy of the Object under the influence of psychotropic drugs. Currently, the drug has been replaced. The chief gave instructions to not mess around with the Object and get all the information. In the future, brain vivisection and laboratory examination of spinal cord, brain, and liver tissues are planned. Currently, traces of radiation exposure of red blood cells have been identified. November 12, 2001. This is a failure. Research on the edge. We dripped in that direction, but everything didn't go according to plan. These damn scientists did not assume that the drugs they were feeding the Object with would have a side effect. Currently, the subject is showing signs of schizophrenia, breaking into schizophasic delirium. He can now easily be told that Bigfoot has become President of the United States, and the Object will be happy to tell you about the details of the election campaign. The subject tried to commit suicide by hitting his head against the wall of the cell. Currently, measures have been taken. The facility has been transferred to a soft cell under round-the-clock supervision. Prior to that, supervision was carried out only during waking hours. Then there was no control. Employees Paul Newman and Ronald Wisley were fired, then liquidated. The facility has received medical assistance. Currently, the facility is encouraged by promises of a speedy return home, assurances of cooperation and service for the benefit of the United States. Strangely enough, the Object shares the ideas of the Republicans, a patriot. Probably his ancestors kept cotton plantations somewhere near Atlanta and flogged Negroes. Funny. Psychotropic hypnotic pressure has been neutralized. Scientists are selecting options. The boss is constantly in a hurry. The case has reached the federal level and is controlled by a highbrow from the Oval Office. I skipped the further pages of the diary. They practically do not describe Howard Bukowski's research or behavior. I go straight to the interesting part. December 15, 2001. A breakthrough. This is a fucking breakthrough. It shakes me up when I write. My lover said that I just had an unreal boner. So, to the point. The subject discovered in himself the ability to read other people's thoughts. The ability was revealed during the Rorschach test, black spots. The ability is multiplied after the introduction of a heroin solution into the patient's blood. To preserve the facility, heroin was replaced with Veronal. Conclusion from the complex of laboratory studies and indications given by the object. When the silvery liquid sphere penetrated into the body of the observed with subsequent exit, some bacteria that respond positively to heroin, Veronal, were preserved and recultivated in the body of the observed. Bacteria enter the bloodstream, spreading to the membranes of the brain and spinal cord, where a certain toxin is released. It has been previously established that it is the toxin that gives the ability to read minds. No other abilities have been identified. A breakthrough, a fucking breakthrough. December 22, 2001, contact with the object is prohibited. The possibility of controlling other people's actions through suppression of will is revealed. 3 doctors are currently undergoing a special examination. The incident occurred during a routine examination, after which the object tried to escape, turning the doctors into mooing, drooling vegetables. The facility was returned to the cell with minimal cost by the internal security forces of the laboratory. The losses among the guards were 2 people, who were similarly turned into mooing vegetables. But I could have been in their place myself. Being engaged in the control of the study, it was unrealistic to conduct an interrogation of the object myself. The chief has given the go-ahead for the surgical isolation of the toxin. An action is being prepared to eliminate the object through a ventilation shaft, nerve gas. Howard Bukowski's body, or rather all that was left of it, was transported on a medical trolley on a tiled floor. The doctor was busily pushing a cart in front of him, and armed commandos were walking behind him. The doctor stopped the gurney and went to the massive metal door and dialed the access code. The magnetic locks clanged noisily, the servo motors whirred, and the door began to open. The doctor felt at this moment some kind of sacred awe, involvement in the sacrament. My heart was pleasantly pausing, the blood was running through my veins and hitting my head. I wonder if these commandos are experiencing something similar. The doctor glanced briefly into the eyes of the commandos, whose faces were covered with white balaclavas. No, it's not typical for these blockheads. Guns, grenade launchers, chicks with boobs, that's all for them. How they even get a special pass, morons? The doctor wheeled the cart into a special storage room. Jets of dry disinfectant smoke struck from above. The second door swung open, and the doctor pushed the cart further. He busily placed the flasks with Howard Bukowski's artifacts on the stands, carefully signed the information cards. Leaving the vault, the doctor turned around and looked at the flask, in which Howard Bukowski's eyes and brain were frozen in a suspended state. It was from the ocular nerves and hypothalamus that the toxin was isolated, which allowed miracles to work. The flask was located on a table, and behind it, in large cylindrical tanks, fused into low-temperature glass, rested the bodies of 3 naked aliens. Tall, curly-haired, golden-skinned, disfigured by disaster. The head of a special research center, once an experienced neurosurgeon named Scott Santorini, smoked and drank coffee, looking out the window at the courtyard. Soldiers, and there's their officer. Some men, how tired of all this. The courtyard gate opened and a yellow school bus drove into the area. Santorini grinned. Conspirators, for fuck's sake. Children, 8 people, jumped out of the bus onto the concrete parade ground. They were confused or maybe scared by the place where they were brought. Guys with machine guns. Now they will calm down and it will be necessary to go out to them, cheer them up, joke with them, take them to the playroom. All the children were selected from different orphanages in Mexico. I wonder if they speak English at all. From the final entries of the diary. January 2002. The isolated toxin responds positively to heroin. Mistake. The toxin responds to endorphins produced in the brain at the moment of narcotic euphoria. Due to the negative effects of the drug on the body, alternative methods are being sought. Experiments with synthetic endorphins have failed. It was decided to conduct preliminary tests on a group of different sex adolescents from 10 to 14 years old. This age is considered acceptable because of the ability of children to be happy just like that, under the influence of endorphins. 2002, Washington. Wojtowicz was sitting in his office. He was filled with strange and promising thoughts at the same time. The first of them is that everything he does not belong to the usual earthly world. but belongs to the cloudy, mysterious, incomprehensible, and deadly world. The second thought was more pleasant. It was he who was up to his ears in all this. It was he who decides the fate of not individual people who are subordinate to him, whom he personally recruited and whose destinies he ordered. He decides the fate of humanity. Well, he's not the only one, of course. For the first two thoughts, a third was involuntarily born. The curator, who the fuck is this? The very thought made me shudder. The curator's power was frightening. The power over him, over the Special Investigations Agent, John Wojtowicz. Obeying an incomprehensible but definite feeling. Wojtowicz clacked his teeth like a sheepdog, got up and walked around the office. There was a knock on the door. Wojtowicz twitched, his heart pounding faster. Holy shit, it won't take long to go crazy. Yes, come in. Wojtowicz quickly walked over to a table littered with stacks of papers, from behind which a computer monitor could be seen. Allow me to report, Mr. Wojtowicz. Wojtowicz rubbed his temples. I'm tired of it. Lieutenant, I've told you many times. Come in after permission and get down to business right away. The barracks won't get out of your head in any way. I'm sorry. A brave red-moustached lieutenant, just like from a picture advertisement a la, joined the ranks of the British commandos. A slight noise appeared in Wojtowicz's head, which threatened to develop into a migraine attack. No, we need to change people. There was just one special operation planned where Lieutenant Blackberry could reveal his talents. Wojtowicz stood up, defiantly gave a military salute, and said in an imposing tone, "Report back, Blackberry, and as much as possible on the case." The lieutenant pathetically returned the greeting, putting his palm to his temple. At that moment, Wojtowicz wanted to get his deserter out of the table and empty the entire clip first at the lieutenant, then at the curator, whoever they were, at the president, and then at himself. Today there are 3 operational reports in one report. The lieutenant came up with a chiseled look and put 3 folders and a sheet with an official seal on the table. Okay, leave it. Don't let anyone in to see me. Is that clear? That's right. Wojtowicz grimaced. No, I'm definitely going to get a migraine today. At that moment, he clearly imagined how the dashing fellows under the command of the lieutenant were dragging sandbags to the door of his office, installing an easy machine gun, providing security so that no one would enter. This thought amused to the point. First, 3 operational reports. It is necessary to give an analytical conclusion on them and send it above. Wojtowicz understood that there was someone above him too, but the channel of communication and transmission of information was classified. And who is above them? Tutor? Wojtowicz shook his head. They should have hollowed out that grotto on the Alaskan ridge. They got hemorrhoids for themselves. Damn it. Wojtowicz took out his perpetually half-smoked cigar and lit it. So, 3 operational summaries in one report. Let's start with the summaries. Wojtowicz took the first folder and opened it. From the first lines, he picked himself up. The blood rushed to his head. Operational Summary No. 13.907.2002. Secret. For a limited number of persons with a special permit, a group of agents, Special Operations Forces, Beta Unit in Russia, reached the point at 03.00. Equipment and special equipment were delivered to the point by an auxiliary unit from the location, Irkutsk. The last satellite communications session with the commander was at 05.32. Then the group stopped communicating. The study of the object in the area of Lake Baikal, Russia, was not carried out. Presumably the group was destroyed by military units of a potential enemy. From preliminary conclusions, the object has been detected, observed and investigated by the forces of a potential enemy. The mode of research, the probability of contact, and obtaining information are unknown. Baikal is covered, but there was a prospect. Recently, many politicians have noted that these goddamned communists have learned how to work. The year 2002 is in the yard. The days of the idiot Mr. Gorby and Yeltsin are over. Wojtowicz sighed. He knew these Russians who would rather shit themselves in their pants than retreat. I saw enough of their volunteers in the 90s in Yugoslavia. Wojtowicz skimmed through the folder, satellite photos, and an analytical explanation. The latter was interesting. Information received by agents in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Presumably the object carried the scientific research function of the Earth's ionosphere. The second folder was heavier. Wojtowicz opened it. Regardless of his own desire, the agent's eyebrows went up. Summary of data for October 2002, Washington, D.C. The folder contained gibberish, consisting of the testimony of drunks and housewives who told in detail how they copulated with the green men, traveled on their ships. Then they started inserting an elastic probe into my vagina and anus. Shelley Whippet, housewife, 56 years old. The old whore. Well, that's the kind of thing. One even demanded to take his mother-in-law for experiments, saying she was from a distant planet of the constellation Cygnus. Holy shit, this is all handled by the External Surveillance Department. They probably take information from the Oprah Winfrey Show or God knows what garbage dump. Wojtowicz put down the folder and shouted towards the closed door. "BlackBerry, come in. Today we need to give the command to fix the fucking phone. We use such things, but we have to yell." BlackBerry came in almost immediately. "No, was he definitely standing at the door and guarding? You weren't. Have you been called?" "No, I was just yelling like that. Today, right now, contact the head of the External Surveillance Department. Let him leave a deputy for himself and come straight here. Tell him that I need an explanation of their operational summary. Don't say anything else." "Understood, Chief." Wojtowicz looked at the lieutenant in surprise. Something new? Did the moron soldier understand how to communicate with his superiors? Let's see what the head of the IOD, Department of External Observations, says. Through no gate. Okay, this will still need to be studied. Surprisingly, it was the IOD department that was assigned to brief new agents. A kind of Mr. or Miss Smith comes, and they immediately have a folder of documents. Read, be instructed. How many times have I told them to create a detailed educational film, back it up with documents, and eventually send new people to me? No, it all starts with papers on which large pixel photographs from the Second World War, and inert documents, and a summary of the plots from the Issy Stones. Fucking rocks and rocks on which Indians with the alds, like a machine gun, fuck dinosaurs, ride them, and also fuck with some aliens. Having seen such a stone firsthand, Wojtowicz realized even then that modern Indians in Peru realize that they loved rich gringos and their white bitches, and began to stamp these stones for souvenirs. Maybe there was something, but now the trail is hidden. One scientist in Russia is digging all this, well, let him dig. An eccentric poor man with an unshaven head. The third operational summary. Information from the interrogation of Sergeant Instructor 2nd Class Audrey Kapoor, who was hypnotically, telepathically influenced by a biocomputer, hereinafter referred to as the curator. Wow, was she born in Delhi? Wojtowicz was surprised. At its core, the former captain, and now a special service agent, was a terrible racist, which he skillfully hid. Are Hindus taken to such positions and awarded titles? However, like any citizens of our great and mother of their colored states, everyone is given a chance. Information about the content of the contact has been analyzed. Currently the test subject, it must be already a test subject, that have also picked up such a word, is being kept under observation. It demonstrates a state of deep trance, from which it is periodically withdrawn through pain shock, electrical stimulation of brain regions. Upon withdrawal from trance, it becomes possible to take readings, which are interspersed with delirium at the moment of transition from wakefulness to trance. A brief analytical conclusion before the main conclusion. Audrey Kapoor, hereinafter referred to as the test subject, retained the ability to maintain contact with an alien entity, hereinafter referred to as the curator. The contact is one-sided. The summary is accompanied by illustrations made by the test subject at the moment of maintaining clarity of mind. Wojtowicz looked through a couple of illustrations, turned the sheets this way and that. On one, a crowd of people, thousands of people, merging together in places, were walking along a cliff and heading straight into the sky towards the sun. Distorted faces, bulging eyes, mouths agape and scream in horror. The second illustration schematically depicted a pile of squares, cubes and rectangles forming a lattice structure. A cluttered image, in the center of which is written, "He will come to revive." That's all. Let them deal with this further. It will be necessary to give this summary to the development. Let them prepare a detailed report and conduct this case throughout. Wojtowicz took out a notebook and carefully wrote down the letters on a line sheet. Audrey Kapoor crossed out, painted over, and wrote again. Test subject, medium, connection with the curator. Wojtowicz lit another cigarette and got up from the table. He went to the window. There was a thunderstorm on the horizon. Huge, dark clouds, Sometimes echoes of lightning flashed by. Wojtowicz massaged his temple. The weather is changing, so my head is buzzing. At this time, young moms run out into the backyards of their two-story boxes. Pick up their children and carry them into the house from scattered toys to safety. Some truckers curse their luck and try to get to the motel as quickly as possible before the downpour hits. Some couple is fucking in the backseat of a station wagon. And all these people don't know what's going on in the world. What's next to them right now? Next to them, and with him, with Wojtowicz. Sometimes a thought appeared in his head, which became more and more intrusive over time. He and all mankind, hooks, communists, Chinese, Negroes, all are in a glass jar and they are being watched. Sometimes someone is taken out, stretched, stupefied with fear, on a table, and methodically cut off the arms and legs like an ant, and sometimes the jar is turned upside down. But he, Wojtowicz, will get out of this damn jar, figure out the secret, break everyone's horns, like those fucking Serbs in Sarajevo. Who is holding the jar in their hands? The curator. Wojtowicz pressed his forehead against the cold glass of the window, enjoyed the coolness, and returned to the table. Report. Reliable data has been obtained from operational information that the intelligence forces of a potential enemy, Russia, came into contact with the person 1.01. Elon Musk. Contact was provided through Anne Polyakovich, prostitute, currently being worked out. The contact was established for the purpose of espionage, transfer of top-secret data. Presumably, the pressure on the 1.01 person was exerted through threats to the family, blackmail. Yes, since the early 2000s, the fucking Russian commies have definitely learned how to work. Wojtowicz read the report to the end, took out a sheet of blank paper. To remove the external threat from the 1.01 person, to give guarantees about the protection of the family, re-instruct and verify loyalty. Perhaps the person 1.01 did not understand the essence of the enemy's intelligence game. Figure out. If voluntary contact is confirmed, take action. Send the analytical conclusion to the contact department for help. The Department of Contacts was called the biocomputer, which was discovered in an underground grotto of the Alaska Range. After Audrey of Cater, the biocomputer still managed to be connected to an analog device, which was then connected to a powerful personal computer. The information from the biocomputer came in an ocean of terabytes. Everything was read and analyzed. The biocomputer itself could read the entered information and make recommendations. It is not known how, but it was the biocomputer that gave the tip to Elon Musk. 2 days later, the biocomputer gave recommendations on Elon Musk. Wojtowicz read the interpreted information originally obtained by binary code. A trickle of sweat ran down my back, and I felt suffocated. The phrase was printed on a piece of paper: give us his child, kill his child, give him to us. Wojtowicz pulled back his tie and unbuttoned his shirt. Tudor, 2002, Washington. The sentence was carried out. The subject is Nevada Musk, age 12 weeks. Justine Musk's mother's breasts were treated with nanopoison during a SPA visit. Lower-level performers, SPA owner, massage therapist, have been eliminated. Order to John Wojtowicz. As soon as possible, re-instruct the 1.01 Elon Musk personnel, put pressure, and persuade them to total loyalty, and give an explanation on the incident with Nevada Musk. If refused, liquidate it. The Open Sky project should be frozen in case of liquidation of personnel 1.01, while maintaining all capacities in full readiness until the next candidate is selected by the curator. Greetings to you. It's not for nothing that I took the pseudonym incognito, because I don't want to reveal my identity, but at the same time I want to share with you information that will begin to change your life. You will see clearly and know what you did not know before. Sometimes I ask myself if I have the right to share information that I receive from various sources, or just why am I doing this? Sometimes I ask myself if I have the right to share information that I receive from various sources. I have the right, or just why am I doing this? There are billions of people on our planet, and the vast majority live in ignorance. Someone suspects something, and someone has a direct relationship, but only a modest dozen know everything for sure. Putting aside all doubts, I will answer myself again. Yes, I have the right and must do this. You have no idea what danger looms hourly, every second over all of humanity. The issue is not only about prosperity and life expectancy, which economists, scientists, and doctors around the world are struggling with. It is about the survival of mankind. I'm not a cleric or a fool waving religious posters outside a rundown store somewhere on Olympic Boulevard. I'm just a man who once saw the light. The documents that I want to make public were obtained legally, namely, bought with my personal money from a hacker ufologist who managed to break the security system of the FBI server. Before making public the information received, an inspection was carried out, which lasted about 5 years. And now the whole puzzle has come together. I'm getting started. Angola, 1975. A difficult time, which generously scattered adversity and spilled whole rivers of blood on this scorched, God-cursed black earth. How long is this going to last? What hatched the net? A UNIDA fighter in a crimson beret and camouflage uniform shoved an exhausted, downtrodden black guy with a machine gun who could not resist and plopped into the mud. "Get up, you fat guy." The guy couldn't get up. His hand slid through the mud. Drowned in it, the guy could not find the strength in himself. The fighter became enraged and began furiously hitting the emaciated guy on the back with the butt of an AK-47. "Hey Bono, what are you doing? Who will work at the mine if you kill everyone?" A UNITA fighter on the Bono estate turned to the hail, smiled obsequiously, and put the machine gun behind his back. "Senor Qual, allow me to greet you. These last ones are from the village of fishermen who sheltered the partisans. They're good for nothing. They only ate fish and rice, so they can't work." Bono waved to 2 fighters nearby. They ran up, grabbed the harassed guy, and dragged him to the side. A well-fed, elderly Qual in a white light jacket and Panama hat approached Bono, stepping over dry patches in liquid, sometimes baked yellowish clay. Bono waited like a groveling dog. Qual came closer and patted the Negro on the buttock. "Bono, but I noticed a long time ago that you are a little necromat. Did you serve in the government forces?" The Negro bulged his eyes, slightly yellowed from incipient jaundice, and shouted loudly, "That's right." Qual grimaced, but at the same time squeezed the fighter's buttock harder. "You know, dear Bono, the captain died at the Sufferance mine yesterday. Do you know who could take his place?" Suddenly, both Qual and Bono turned at the cry, and from under the low arch of the tunnel, like wild rats, those who extracted diamonds from the rock crawled out one by one. Dirty, thin, emaciated, living dead blacks who were captured or enslaved during raids on Angolan villages in the border areas. "Stop, bitches." Bono delicately dropped the boss's hand from his buttock, clicked the machine gun, and ran to the tunnel. UNITA fighters fired over the heads of the slaves huddled in a pile, but they did not obey. "We're not going there." "No, no, please." A pretty tough guy was dragged out of the crowd, and in front of a whole bunch of people, they were shot right in the chest. The crowd screamed and fell face down into the mud and clay, the workings from the tunnel. "Go ahead, work, you bitches." "No, no. There is death there, which our ancestors warned us about." Upon hearing the word ancestors, Bono briefly crossed himself, the legacy of the missionary colonists. Shut up, I said. "What kind of death is this?" Angola, 2003. Just yesterday, Wojtowicz and his assistant arrived at Airport 4 de Fevereiro in Luanda. It's so hot. God and these niggas are scurrying back and forth. A whole country of niggers, if you go crazy. "Steve, when is the damn transport coming?" "Any minute now, Mr. Wojtowicz. Today we are heading to Sufferance, and then immediately to Gadeta." "Sufferance aside, we're going straight to Gadeta." "But, Mr. Wojtowicz, the expedition has been agreed upon." "Put it down." 10 minutes later, Wojtowicz, with an incredible effort of will, found the strength to pull his waist-naked body out from under the pleasantly caressing air conditioner. 2 more hours later, they were at the Gadeta mine. From secret documents. Luanda, Moscow, 1976. The testimony of Qual Lamoga cannot be analyzed due to insanity. A summary of the incident. At the Gadeta mine, there was a massive simultaneous death of fighters of the pro-communist forces, UNITA, 12 people and workers from the diamond mine, 62 people. The inspection of the scene was carried out by the commander of the 3rd Company of the 245th Marine Battalion, Nadiuk E.G. The discovered corpses bear traces of extensive thermal burns. Internal organs were removed from some of the bodies, probably in connection with the local customs of the militant hires of the capitalist junta. The incident requires further investigation. What do you think, Steve? Steve Harris, in a black t-shirt, took off his sunglasses, wiped the glasses with his fingers and put them back on. There's nothing to think about, contact. We need to investigate. If the Soviets haven't cleaned up everything here. Wojtowicz looked thoughtfully at the entrance to the tunnel, which was blown up and littered with boulders. The Soviets had an economic interest here. In addition, the incident occurred in the 75th. Then there was no such capacity for research as now. I agree. One thing is surprising. Where were these fucking specialists from the Delta and the Bufalov attachment? How did they even allow Soviet advisors here and let them run the place? Harris didn't say anything, just nodded his head. He wasn't particularly interested in the past. From a secret document.
Luanda, Moscow, 1976. The entrance to the tunnel of the Gadeta mine was blown up and blocked. Currently, all work has been stopped. Armed guards and workers were destroyed by superior forces of the South African Army. The preserved cargo of diamonds was transported to the USSR for processing. The work at the mine should be considered completed. It would be good to interrogate Kuala.
Wojtowicz scratched his head and wiped his face with a handkerchief. Work it out, but he is at least 80 years old now. Given their standard of living duration, he's already rotting somewhere. But take it in development. Give me a satellite connection. I'll report on Gadeta today. Yes, Mr. Wojtowicz. Incident report, Washington, 2003.
December 21, 2003. During archaeological and subsequent geotectonic studies of the Gadeta mine, currently Ferrandis, an underground cavity of geometrically regular shape was discovered, a parallelogram with cubic branches. The cavity is located at a depth of 450 meters, with a depth of 1.5 kilometers. Cubic branches of various sizes, at least 12 pieces. There are symmetrically arranged elongated oval structures at the base of the parallelogram. The geometric and structural parameters of the cavity are being refined, obtained by acoustic wave study of the terrain. Currently, mining is being carried out using a quarry method with spot drilling of pits in the future, an expedition with penetration into the cavity. The area is cordoned off by the U.S. Navy and a UN unit used in the dark, legend, protection of promising tantalum and diamond deposits.
January 12, 2003.
The information obtained after geological exploration is analyzed. According to preliminary data, spectral analysis of the selected rocks and indirect signs, lack of possibility to drill pits directly into the cavity. The following conclusions can be drawn. 1. The cavity is covered with a layer of material or substance that exceeds the strength characteristics of the drilling tool, molybdenum graphite alloy. Research is currently underway too. When diving into the pits of ultrasonic sensors and processing sections of the cavity with ultra and infrasound, a detailed picture of the cavity was obtained. Strict geometric shapes. The cavity was unevenly filled by 56%. A fenced-off capsule, hereinafter referred to as the command center, was found in the head part of the cavity by acoustic method. 3. Repeated sampling of rock in direct contact with the cavity allowed for chemical spectral analysis of oxides and salts. The cavity is covered with metal, the composition of which is being specified.
February 14, 2003.
The body of the cavity was opened in the area of the tail. The thickness of the body is 2.5 meters, the thinnest length. All samples of the hull fragments have been lifted, structured, and sent for research. The autopsy was performed with a high-frequency laser with a distribution power of 2,500 watts.
February 19, 2003.
An expedition of 11 people sent into the cavity contacted, confirming the penetration at 13.00 noon. Radio communication was maintained at all times. At 13.40, the contact was cut off. Transcription of radio conversations. Pluto, I am Neptune. I confirm the penetration. We are consolidating. Neptune, proceed with caution. No one knows what's in there. Be on your guard. After 10 minutes and 21 seconds, Pluto, I am Neptune. We are walking along the gallery with side branches. Continuous video and photo registration mode. Neptune, do not enter the side branches. Go in a straight line. What do you see? Report back. This is a huge gallery. Fossilized projections on the walls, similar to panels. What is it? What? Neptune, Neptune repeat. Neptune. The radio broadcast was interrupted and resumed after 30 minutes and 10 seconds. Cap. Pluto, Neptune. There are only corpses here. The gallery is littered with corpses. Neptune, what happened? Immediate evacuation. I repeat, immediate evacuation. Fuck you all. Further from the transcription. A strong bang was clearly heard, presumably a shot. The suicide of the group commander.
February 20, 2003. Work suspended, pit sealed, guards posted. April 11, 2003. I have inspected a Special Forces group prepared at the training ground. The training was carried out with an emphasis on conducting combat in the limited conditions of underground labyrinths, mines, and the subway. The group is insufficiently prepared. The training has been strengthened. From the analytical report, the contact department conveyed the opinion of the biocomputer, hereinafter referred to as the curator, on further exploration of the underground cavity, hereinafter referred to as the ship. The curator categorically forbade further exploration of the ship without explaining the reasons, followed by the threat of ending the contact exchange with the curator in violation of the ban. The data is currently being clarified. Luanda is beautiful and respectable only in the government center. Skyscrapers made of glass and concrete, trendy shops, boutiques, eateries, and restaurants. The outskirts are literally hell. Drug addicts, armed gangs of thugs, who now prefer Israeli Uzi or American MP5 instead of the good old Kalash. The slums, which are called Musipa here, have become for many years a haven for refugees since the war with South Africa and their descendants, who knew no other war than the constant slaughter of groups for influence. An old homeless man sat in a doorway and watched as some young man, against the background of a wooden cardboard shack perched on exactly the same shack, beat a woman, demanding money or drinks from her. Suddenly the young man saw him. "What are you staring at, you old bastard?" The beaten woman took advantage of the confusion and disappeared into the shack. The young man did not have time to grab her hand, hit the door with his fist, but did not dare to break it. "It's all because of you, you old goat." The guy jumped up to the homeless man in a few jumps and kicked him in the chest. The homeless man fell on his back and could not get up. A whole waterfall of blows fell on him, in the chest, stomach, groin, several times in the face. When he got out, the young man spat on the homeless man and cursing the government and the damn bitch Louise, who hid in the shack, went home. The homeless man tried to turn over, but could not, gasping for breath. He tried to say something, and most likely to call for help. A puddle of sewage formed under it. So Senior Qual, the chief overseer of Vedetta and Sufferance Mines, died. Are people cruel? They are cruel. This is a fact proven by history, our very life. People are capable of many things, but you can't even imagine what an abyss of horror, sophisticated cruelty, and sadism lies in the depths of space. I decided to make this information public because no one can feel safe today. The whole of humanity can become one big guinea pig in the hands of an extraterrestrial intelligence devoid of empathy, and the most scanty compassion. I repeat, the danger is universal. Hello everyone. My name is Strange, and I believe that people should know the truth. These documents came to me from the special custody of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. At first, I didn't attach any importance to them. I just left them for further analysis and development. But what was hidden behind the slender rows of typographic letters and numbers shocked me. It is still difficult for me to write and talk about this, but I must for your sake, for the sake of the future of our planet. It was hard to part. Little Yunfi wanted to cry, but she looked at her father's stern face and did not dare in any way. The girl pressed her baby cheek against the warm, native belly of her grandmother and still cried. The father of the 5-year-old girl made the final decision. That is, little Yunfi. Her 3 older brothers, mom and dad, are moving from the small village of Chenkin, 40 kilometers from the Longshan Mountains in the USA, namely to New York. Yunfi's father spoke of America as some kind of miracle, a country of fulfillment of all desires, a state of a million opportunities, where every Chinese can easily become a businessman and a rich man. The grandmother, listening to the words of her son-in-law, only nodded her head, agreed, and then told the neighbors that her son-in-law was most likely crazy. So the move took place. Dreams collapsed almost immediately. The family settled in Lower Manhattan, in Chinatown, in a small abandoned house without heating. It seemed a little young then that they had flown from China to China. Only the houses were much taller and more elegant than in their Chenkin. All this happened 14 years ago. 14 years later, 2014, Provide me with the medical form of Yunfei Hong, 19 years old, who lives at 13 Peldoyer's Corner. Wow, she's from Chinatown. Although everything is quite logical. Scott Santorini, the head of the Special Research Center, was sitting in his office and giving orders to his deputy. The whole machine turned gears. Work began. Special agents were sent to the Lenox Hilton Clinic in New York, who would do everything right. The cattle of Santorini sip their coffee. If anything, then transfer her to our research center, under anesthesia, of course. I will settle all the nuances with Lenox Hilton myself. Keep it confidential. 2 days later, Washington. Santorini entered the bright room in a white medical coat. The air barely smelled of medicines and flowers. The ventilation system worked perfectly. He walked over to the cot and gently touched the sleeping girl's arm. She opened her eyes, looked around, saw a doctor in front of her, and her eyes filled with tears. 19-year-old Yun Fen turned her face away. Santorini took a chair, pulled it up to the cot, and sat down. "Good morning, Miss Fei. How did you sleep?" He kept a friendly, caring tone. "All the bad things have passed for you. You are in safe hands. Nothing threatens you here." The girl wiped her eyes with her palms and turned to the doctor, whispered barely audibly, "Thanks. Are you all looked after? Are the painkillers helping?" Yunfei nodded her head. "To make an analysis, I have to ask you a few questions. Miss Fei, I'm sorry, this is my job." Santorini spread his hands, trying to seem simpler. "Are you ready?" Fei nodded again and wiped her eyes dry once more, straightened the white blanket on herself, and saw flowers on the bedside table nearby. Santorini caught her eye. "And this was brought by a guy from the medical staff. He wanted to make you feel good. After all, you are a real beauty." The girl tried to smile. Santorini looked at her swollen and bruised face and adjusted his mask. "Let's get started." From the testimony of the victim. The victim, Yunfei Hong, 19 years old, of Chinese origin, survived a gang rape in one of the Chinatown neighborhoods, describes the intruders as two huge blacks and an equally huge Chinese. A verbal portrait is attached. From the conclusions of the Lenox Hilton Medical Commission. The victim was delivered unconscious, extensive blood loss, multiple hematomas and ruptures of the genitals with transmission damage. In the long run, a fatal outcome. Santorini sympathetically shook his head and asked a question. "Is that all you can remember?" A tearful Fei was ready to go into hysterics. "That's it. I've said it many times before. Leave me alone, all of you at last. The only thing I want is to be left alone." Santorini got up and left the room without saying a word. He went to his office and called the doctor on duty from the research department, where Yunfei Hong was located. The doctor came immediately, and Santorini, touching his chin out of habit, gave the following orders. The subject, Yunfei, is in a pre-hysterical state. A breakdown is possible. Now give her sedation. After the onset of the deep sleep phase, give her a special drug that will expand her consciousness, remove blockages, and find out the circumstances of her abduction. "Excuse me, sir, do you think there was contact after all?" Santorini smiled arrogantly. "Of course. Select the drug based on a comprehensive examination of the patient's mucous membranes, blood, and lymph. Is the result of brain scans ready?" "I'm ready." "Then go ahead. Don't waste any time." From the official report of the head of the Special Research Center of Santorini Cattle. Yunfei, hereinafter the subject, testified in the deep sleep phase under the influence of a group of hypernotropic psychotropic drugs. Next, I give an excerpt from the dictaphone recording of the testimony. "I couldn't move. Everything around me seemed somehow unreal, doll-like. Then the situation around me began to change. I was lying on a cold table with my legs and arms spread apart. An asterisk. I wasn't tied up, but I couldn't bring my arms and legs together. I lost the ability to see and felt a sharp, unbearable pain below. A moment later, I saw a huge lizard-like creature, a crocodile on straight legs. There were two more such creatures nearby. Then the recording is interrupted. The subject began to fall into a state of mental shock, removed by medication. They were wearing slightly bulging jumpsuits, like in films about astronauts and aliens. Then I lost the ability to see again. I don't remember how much time passed, but I woke up for a moment. Unbearable pain, but suddenly the pain began to recede. I stopped feeling my body. I felt light, calm. I woke up at the Lenox Hilton Clinic." Conclusions from the information received. Based on the research and the survey of the test subject, I draw the following conclusions. 1. The fact of aggressive vaginal invasion has been confirmed. Similar cases are being investigated. Currently, 8 victims, 5 women and 3 men, have been registered in the United States. This fact makes it possible to make an assumption about the libido of lizard-like creatures, hereinafter referred to as nagas, and the possibility of enjoying sexual intercourse in a natural way. Sexual contact was associated with sadistic cruelty. Perhaps the point is in the reptilian brain of nagas. Let me explain. In representatives of Homo sapiens, the pleasure zone and the cruelty zone are adjacent in the reptilian region of the brain, so people sometimes find pleasure in sadism. Probably the possibility of getting pleasure from nagas is always associated with manifestations of sadism. 2. The initial testimony of the subject, given at the Lenox Hilton Clinic, makes it possible to assume that falsified memories were embedded in her mind. Nagas probably have powerful psychogenic suggestion technologies. The case is not unique except for 2 factors that I consider key. 1. After the abduction and rape, the subject received medical and psychological help from unidentified alien entities. The wounds received by the test subject do not provide for survival either in the short term or in the delayed period. I conclude that it was found by certain entities whose ideas are subordinated to the universal ideas of humanism accepted on our planet. I reject the fact of providing assistance at the Lenox Hilton Clinic. Her survival is considered a miracle by doctors at the clinic. Remark from Santorini. 2. The test subject is pregnant. Despite the early period and a short period of time after the event, ultrasound examination revealed a cocoon formed by endometrial tissue in the uterus of the test subject. The cocoon is provided by the blood supply system in its rudimentary form. It is observed 24 hours a day under ultrasound control. In the future, the study of a hybrid embryo from a representative of Homo sapiens and nagas, Special Agent John Wojtowicz, was looking through the report, frowning. There have been such cases before, but this is the first case that ended in pregnancy. Before that, the victims were white women, several men, and 1 Japanese woman, and it was the Chinese woman who got pregnant. Paradoxically, they can probably get pregnant from a milkshake, which is why there are more than 1.5 billion of them. Wojtowicz chuckled. The special agent took a ballpoint pen and wrote on each page of the Santorini report, Project Child, taken to operational and research development. An abandoned space research base of unidentified alien entities, 12,000 kilometers from Ganymede, a satellite of Jupiter. Yunfiti couldn't figure out where she was, couldn't move her arms and legs, couldn't bring them together. Fear crept into my soul. Am I tied up? The girl tried to bring her arms and legs together again, but she failed. Suddenly, Faye realized that she was completely naked. With incredible effort, Yunfei was able to look around. Unknown situation, a small oblong room. Incomprehensible devices along the walls, and in the walls themselves. The vaults of the room rounded to the ceiling. There was a strong feeling that it was somewhere not on Earth anymore. It's all a dream, just a nightmare. Now I'm going to close my eyes tightly and wake up. But the nightmare didn't stop. How'd I get here? Faye remembered walking down the street, turning into her house at 13 Peldoyers, and feeling a powerful blow to the back of her head. A flash of light, a sense of movement, and she woke up here. Suddenly, in front of her, as if materializing from the void, floated a huge creature with round yellow reptilian eyes that did not express emotions. The eyes of an insect. The creature looked like an upright crocodile, taller than 2 meters. Clawed paws, elongated lower and upper jaws. The creature was coming closer, making screeching and clicking noises. They couldn't help but scream in fear. The creature stopped and turned to 2 equally huge upright crocodiles. Pointed a finger at Faye and grated something again. She thought they were laughing. After that, Faye lost the ability to see what was happening, and only the ability to feel remained. After a while, the girl woke up. It was dark and cold. The creatures have disappeared somewhere. The ability to move my arms and legs returned, but I had absolutely no strength. Consciousness was interrupted, then suddenly surfaced again from the pool of oblivion. With a distant feeling, the girl felt that someone was with her. Bright cloud, from which the sound of static electricity could barely be heard. The cloud enveloped the girl, and the pain went away. Then there was movement again, flashes of light, and waking up at the Lenox Hilton Clinic. She was raped by 2 burly blacks and a Chinese man, but she could not describe their faces in detail. Obsessively, she recalled how, after the rape, she was hit backhand with a crocodile tail. somewhere in a zoo or terrarium. Wojtowicz took a mobile phone and called the Secretary General of NASA, Charles Bolden. He led NASA from 2009 to 2017. I waited for the answer. "Good afternoon, Mr. Bolden." Bolden shivered. Wojtowicz clearly felt it through the distance. "Good afternoon. What do I owe you?" "Prepare Ganymede images in 3 days. Activate Hubble." "What? I don't care about the futility of Ganymede research. You are well aware that we are interested in Object 13Z720, not the atmosphere and soils. The pictures should be on my desk in 3 days." "Great." After finishing the conversation, Wojtowicz took out his notebook, opened and boldly underlined one of the entries. Object 13Z720 is Ganymede, a satellite of Jupiter, presumably a disguised object of extraterrestrial intelligence. The study is impossible for technical reasons. The flight was ordinary, one might even say routine boring. A young, broad-shouldered man leaned back in a chair by the porthole, his hand constantly slipping off the armrest. A plump woman sat next to her, who smelled of sweat. She tried to drape her scent with a hoarse dose of perfume, which eventually created an unbearable bouquet. The man shivered. He began to feel sick. He always endured flights badly, although he was used to them as much as possible. It's okay in a few more hours in Washington, and there you can set foot on the native land of Washington Dulles International Airport. Take a half-hour taxi to Fenway Park and get a good night's sleep. The man looked thoughtfully through the double glass. Seeing his blurred reflection, it was quiet in the cabin. Everyone was dozing. Only the noise of powerful aircraft engines was a measured hum in his ears. Muffled beeping flashes were sometimes heard in the general hum. Somewhere nearby, a boy was playing on a portable console. The man once again looked disapprovingly at the woman snoring next door. "No, well, does she brush her teeth at all?" She also turned her head specifically to me. "The best thing now is to turn away, get as comfortable as possible, and get another hour's sleep. Be patient, Benny, be patient. It's going to end soon." Suddenly, the plane began to shake, at first with light ripples, and then more and more. The passengers began to wake up, excitedly looking out the portholes. Suddenly, the general lighting turned on, and a few moments later, a child's crying was heard. The man clutched the armrest with sweaty palms in an instant and felt in his gut how the plane began to descend. "It's okay, we're just going down before landing." There was a slight noise of the radio, and the friendly tone of the chief pilot sounded in the cabin. The senior stewardess stood in her regular place and smiled. If you looked closely, you could see her lower lip trembling slightly.
Dear passengers,
After these words, the man felt relieved. "Well, that's right, we're just starting to decrease." But the pilot continued.
we are entering a thunderstorm front. There is no reason to worry. Slight turbulence is possible. Fasten your seat belts and bring the seats to a strictly vertical position. Remove the folding tables.
The man turned back to the window. "What the hell is a thunderstorm front? It's just pitch black everywhere. No clouds. Nothing." Suddenly, something happened that made all the passengers on the starboard side cling to the portholes and freeze in surprise and fear. A huge flash of light was approaching the plane, as if a large ball had been released from a catapult. Slowly but inevitably, the lights in the plane went out. It became quiet. No one at that moment realized that the engines had simply failed. Someone screamed. At that moment, the man felt like everything inside was going up, as if in an elevator when he abruptly went down. The plane began to fall. Incident summary, operational log of a Washington Dulles International Radar Station employee.
June 24, 2017. At 01:27 after midnight, flight number U-239, like Zurich, Washington, disappeared from radar. The preliminary reason is the failure of electronic and digital controllers, autopilot.
100 kilometers from Washington, in the Annapolis area of Maryland, a military helicopter landed directly on a clearing in a sparse forest belt. Two people got out of the helicopter. The first was John Wojtowicz, a strong, tall, elderly man in jeans and a black shirt tucked under his belt, a pistol holster on his side, followed by Stephen Sanders, the right-hand man and assistant, the best operative of the Special Investigations Department, jumped out of the helicopter. Two chest holsters were well fitted to his chest under a black denim jacket, and he wore the same black glasses on his face. Two special agents went to the crash site. Everything was not going according to plan. The territory was cordoned off. Specialists and soldiers of the National Guard were working. There were just not enough of these weasels here. Paramilitary civilians, as Wojtowicz called them to himself, amateurs, would trample down all traces and disfigure everything. And men they would tell their wives in bed about the heroics of the scene. Damn. Stephen, where did the signal come from? The operative adjusted his baseball cap. The crew of the aircraft conducted radio communication with the radar station of the airfield. Our intelligence has worked out. The case is abnormal. Yeah. How did these assholes get here before us? Wojtowicz pointed at 3 National Guardsmen who, with the help of a crane and God's help, were trying to lift a hefty fragment with the hole of a broken porthole. The plane crash. Eyewitnesses from the locals were the first to report it. The National Guard was mobilized on alert. You understand everything, John. Yes, everything is as usual. Listen, Stephen, give them the eldest. Take them straight to the helicopter. I'll be there. Find out if you can get at least a cup of coffee somewhere here. Our technicians will arrive in an hour. That's right, sir. Radio exchange.
Altitude of 10,000 meters. After 12 minutes, we begin to descend. Fly over the mainland. Board U-239. Switch to manual control. We are preparing to receive you.
Fix it. Presumably a thunderstorm front. I see multiple flashes of light along the front.
Wait, we're clarifying. The flashes are approaching the board. No.
More flashes of light and a plane crash. This is not the first case. This has happened before. It is required to conduct a thorough investigation and find out all the circumstances. Maybe it's true that the plane hit a thunderstorm front and the possibility of contact with a ball lightning was not excluded. But Wojtowicz felt with his gut that this was their case. In addition, a detailed weather report was requested. No thunderstorms were planned either on that day or a week before or a week ahead. Clear summer sky. Wojtowicz looked out the window of the helicopter, the cabin of which was equipped for long flights, a bunk bed, a table, chairs fixed to the floor. There was even a bio-toilet, a small shower, and a microwave. Overboard, 3 men were pushing 2 gurneys in front of them, on which were black bags filled with contents, corpses, or the remains of corpses. The helicopter doors swung open. Sir, may I? I brought the commander of the 12th National Guard Company. A fat man in a military uniform without insignia entered the helicopter. A black bandana was on his head. His eyes were hidden under dark glasses, and a Deckman almost smoked cigar was in his mouth. It's like a Texas Ranger in Washington. Wojtowicz didn't want to waste time. The character got caught. He probably considers himself a big shot, controlling the whole situation here in one person. Wojtowicz got up from the table and immediately took out his cover ID. Greetings, I am an FBI agent, Tomasz Borecki. Wojtowicz held out his hand, but the commander of the National Guard pretended not to notice it. He brought his hand to his temple and gave a short military greeting, a little dismissive. Commander of the 12th National Guard Company, Columbia County, Patrick Triffioli. Oh, so he's also an Italian. It's a wonderful day. It's clear. Sit down. Wojtowicz pointed to a chair for the man and peremptorily continued. I need specific information. Patrick Triffioli got all worked up. What do you mean, you need information? I don't obey the FBI. I'm in charge here. God, why would I do all this? Now just get up, smile, pat him on the shoulder, and then count all his teeth, stick a gun in his mouth to the throat, and make him talk. But no, not now, maybe later. Mr. Triffioli, you are subordinate to the U.S. government, which you have sworn to protect, aren't you? Yes, but I report directly to the operational headquarters in Washington. Your staff authorized me. Wojtowicz handed over the letterhead. Check it out. Literally 5 minutes later, the brave Patrick Triffioli, convinced that he was helping to solve another terrorism case, testified in detail, sitting opposite Wojtowicz. Such a jerk does not even need to slip a standard non-disclosure sheet after. You will be convinced that he did everything right and as needed. God bless America and her enterprising citizens of all nations and races. Well, except, and God bless them all. For the testimony of Patrick Triffioli, the bodies of 31 passengers were recovered from the wreckage. Severely disfigured, defragmented. According to the form, 6 crew members were identified. Explanation of the Analytical Department, draft. Triffioli is aware that there were initially 8 crew members on board. The co-pilot and the flight attendant could not be found. Trifioli put forward the theory that the terrorist who blew up the plane was the co-pilot. And after activating the explosive mechanism, he jumped out of the plane with a parachute and took the stewardess with him as a hostage. National Guard units, namely the 12th Company, are combing the forest. While seriously, the bottom line is the following. 1. 142 people plus 8 crew members were registered on the Zurich-Washington flight. 31 passengers were found and identified. This number includes 6 crew members. The co-pilot and one of the flight attendants disappeared. In addition, 119 passengers of different ages and genders disappeared without a trace. Lists are provided separately. 2. The debris on the starboard side was examined by employees of the Scientific and Technical Department. The debris emits in the gamma spectrum, projects a radioactive and magnetic field, and the trace gradually dissipates. Based on the phenomenal circumstances, contact with an unidentified flying object is suspected. We recommend requesting the help of a curator. After returning from the crash site, Wojtowicz and Sanders were drinking coffee in the office. Sanders was eating Chinese noodles from a bag. "Can I order you a couple, John?" "No, I don't eat that shit." Sanders chuckled haughtily. "What is it about Patrick Trifioli?" Sanders put the bag of noodles on the table, and Wojtowicz had to pull back his papers. "Look where you're putting it. What's there?" "Faster." "There is no need to worry about him. He is currently being treated for acute radiation sickness. In addition, his people suffered. Who and how many I do not know." "Radiation." "Well, yes, only our specialists think about what needs to be measured in time. And they don't have any special medicines." "Okay, fuck him. I didn't like him. What about the curator?" Sanders picked up the briefcase from the floor, opened it, and handed Wojtowicz a thin folder. Specific information was requested. In addition, fragments of debris that were directly penetrated were provided to the biocomputer for analysis. "Great, you're free for today. Be on time tomorrow morning. I'll need you. Let's go visit our smart guy." "Elon Musk?" Wojtowicz nodded and opened the folder, making it clear that the conversation was over. The first sheet contained general information and a list of questions that were transmitted to the biocomputer for the curator's consideration. The questions were obvious and well known. Wojtowicz was only interested in the answers. He quickly ran through the completed application form and found what he was looking for. From the analytical report of the staff interacting with the curator. Question: why did the crash happen? The curator's response: the crash occurred due to the failure of the electronic digital control system, engine failure, violation of the mental stability of the pilots. Question: for what reasons? The curator's response: due to the powerful induced psychokinetic radiation generated and concentrated in the light stream. Question: who did this? The curator's response: a civilization unknown to me. Its representatives do not have physical bodies, but they have minds. I feel something sinister and aggressive for you. Question: do they need biomaterial? The curator's response: probably. If your people disappeared without a trace, and this was preceded by a flash of light, then this civilization has the opportunity to convert biological substances into energy. Question: can these be manifestations of spiritual forces consisting of energy? What do we consider angels or other beings of the energy essence? The curator's response: I forbid you to seek contact with these creatures. I can feel their hostility. Question: can they be angels? The curator's response: I refuse to give the true answer. Wojtowicz read the report to the end and wrote on the title page, "The Angelic Starfall Project." There was a lot of work ahead. Wojtowicz put away the report and took out a bag of half-eaten cold noodles from a Chinese eatery from the table. He twisted it on a fork and brought it to his mouth. "It doesn't smell bad. You can order a couple more." If you think that this is not proof of the existence of aliens, then you were right. There is much more evidence, and on our channel we will reveal all the secrets and evidence of their presence. Subscribe to the channel and send me your stories related to aliens by email. You will find contacts in the About the Channel section. If I haven't answered you, then I'm still checking on you, because the special services of all countries have announced a hunt for me. But together we will force the authorities to disclose all the information they have. After all, people should know the truth.
The room was stuffy. The musty air was barely dispersed by a half-dead fan. There was a strong smell of medicines, bleach, stale bed linen, unwashed body, and, as if, death itself. A young nurse, who also worked as a nurse, sat down on a stool by the bed.
Good morning, Nikolai Ivanovich. How are you feeling today?
A completely bald man tried to sit down, but the nurse began to stop him by placing her palm on his chest.
Hush, hush, Nikolai Ivanovich. You don't need to be so abrupt. Take care of your bones.
She put a plate of liquid oatmeal on the bedside table and then took out a cannula from the man's nose, through which oxygen was supplied in a light, barely perceptible trickle.
Let me feed you first and then we'll change your bedding. I heard the doctors talking today. Your case is getting better. Do you hear? Come on, that's it. Like a little one with a spoon.
Nikolai Ivanovich looked like a starved, emaciated and exhausted bald old man. But in fact he was only 38 years old. He tried to open his mouth, but not to take a spoonful of porridge with his lips. He wheezed and said in a barely audible whisper,
"And where was the neighbor removed from the ward?"
The words were given with incredible difficulty. The patient began to suffocate, trying convulsively to grab the cannula lying on the pillow with his hand. The nurse helped him.
You can't talk. You need to save your strength. And in order to have strength, you need to eat.
She tried to speak cheerfully, but she had only recently arrived at this position and therefore could barely contain her virtuous pity. She was very worried. Lately she began to notice that it was getting harder and harder for her. Other nurses advised her not to let anything pass through her, to fence her heart and try not to think about the patients. Life is life, and unfortunately, people get sick. Some suffer very much before they die. Nikolai looked into her eyes, and there was only one thing in his gaze. The nurse put the spoon back into the patient's mouth.
I don't know for sure, but I heard that some clinic made a request for him. They seem to treat serious tumors there. I don't even know. Maybe he will be cured.
The man began to slowly turn his face to the wall. By this, he made it clear that he would not eat. This is the third refusal in the last 2 days. The girl realized that she had said something unnecessary and immediately tried to correct the situation.
Although, it's not accurate. Maybe I'm confusing something. I told you that I had heard about your affairs, that everything would improve soon. Well, maybe at least eat a spoonful with your course of treatment.
The man was silent. All seriously ill people in this hospice had one feature that developed gradually, especially for those who are about to stubbornness, heavy and unbearable. The nurses were crazy about it, but continued to perform their duties. Nikolai turned to the wall, making it clear that the conversation was over. The girl sighed, her heart ached with pity and tears welled up in her eyes. She got up and went to the window, stealthily crossed herself and silently asked God and all the saints to ease the fate of all seriously ill people. The girl's gaze ran through a small hospital park and then to the entrance of the hospital where patients in urgent conditions were usually taken. There she saw the head doctor, who himself was rolling out a medical gurney onto the street, trying to do it smoothly, but still the bed skidded a little to the left. She was stopped from tipping over by a tall man dressed in a sports jacket and sweatpants. He also helped her roll the gurney to a large van with a red cross on the side. The girl watched and was a little surprised to herself.
I wonder which clinic has such cars. Probably at the regional center. And on the cot?
The girl narrowed her eyes. Nikolai's neighbor was lying on the bed. A very young guy. It seems no older than 20 years old. The disease progressed rapidly and metastasized to the liver, kidneys, and gastrointestinal tract. So far, only the brain remained intact. The girl also surreptitiously crossed the sick guy on the bed, and then turned and looked at Nikolai. He was still turning away to the wall. It seemed to the girl that he was crying. But what could she do? Absolutely nothing but feeling sorry for him. She felt a little strange being in this room with a man facing the wall, holding a plate of semolina porridge in her hand. At the same time, the head doctor was silently helping to unload the patient into the van. As a doctor, he wanted to ensure the viability of the patient, but as it turned out, there were already 2 doctors and a nurse inside the van who picked up the patient and immediately transferred him to a special module that only vaguely resembled a medical bed. The doctor looked around with the intention of examining the van from the inside a little, but he was not allowed to look around in more detail. A man in a sports jacket was standing nearby. "Viktor Andreevich, thank you for your help. Go to the exit, please." The man behaved very correctly, one might even say with exaggerated politeness. He put his hand on the doctor's shoulder. The touch was firm, determined, and unyielding. The doctor turned to the exit of the van and went outside, the man following him. At the exit, the doctor heard a fragment of a phrase uttered by one of the medical staff inside the van. "Connect to the ADF module." And then, "Rot! We can't take it! Artificial coma! Put him on Veronal! Turn off the brain!" The doctor wanted to look back, but they didn't let him do it. The man in the sports jacket simply said, "Look in front of you." There was a habit of saying it in this phrase, and so that the phrase was heard and executed. The doctor was 45 years old. He was a strong man. At least he considered himself a strong, confident, and accomplished man. But this phrase shook his self-confidence. The doctor got out of the van and walked to the entrance to the clinic's reception entrance. "Viktor Andreevich, please stop." The man became polite again. His tone changed. "We need to talk." The doctor turned around. "Yes, I'm listening to you." He was surprised. The van was already closed. Very strangely, he did not hear the sound of the rear doors closing at all. A man in a sports jacket approached the doctor. The van started up and began to drive slowly along the paved path to the central gate. "I would like to ask you to keep the transfer of your patient a secret. We will settle all issues with his family, or rather we have already settled them on our own. And you personally?" The man smiled faintly and reached into his inner pocket. The doctor's heart skipped a beat. But contrary to terrible expectations, a hefty wad of money appeared almost in the face of the doctor. "This is your small reward. Goodbye." The man turned and walked to the exit, where the van had disappeared just a few minutes ago. The doctor held a wad of money in his hands and blinked in surprise. 24 hours ago, he would not have believed in such a story if an outsider had told about it. But now, he was experiencing an amazing thing himself. By the way, just a day ago, he received a call from the Ministry of Health itself and was told to email digitized personal cards of patients, and not any, but hopeless ones with advanced bone sarcoma at the last stage. A few hours later, the phone rang again in the office. "Hello, Alexei Dmitrievich. We have contacted you about the patient cards. We are interested in one very specific one. Prepare for his transfer to a special medical and wellness center." The doctor cleared his throat and began to quickly search for the necessary file in the open laptop lying on the table. "Now, just a second." He clicked on the desired file. "If I'm not mistaken, are you interested in Kuznetsov Pyotr Semyonovich, born in 1997? "Yes, that's him. You know, it's a very curious case. Multiple metastases, almost fatal lesions, but the brain continues to live. And you didn't give him chemo and radiation therapy." The doctor frowned. "Well, now someone unknown will begin to teach him medical practice." "No, they didn't. It was considered inappropriate. The patient had previously been treated with drugs, but the cancer progressed rapidly. They were transferred to a course of anesthesia and palliative care in a hospice at our clinic. You did everything right. I'll tell you a secret. This patient has a chance. You know, a very unique case. Of course, I would ask you not to talk about it. The research is secret. Do you understand?" The last word was pronounced with emphasis. "Of course I understand. Should I liquidate the card?" "Yes, but after we pick up the patient, a special transport will arrive for him tomorrow. You will be notified." The doctor hung up and was very surprised. I checked the number on the automatic caller ID. They called directly from the Ministry of Health. These calls were rare, but they were still there. Most of the issues of medical realities were solved, but now something new has happened. After the patient was moved, so to speak, the doctor returned to his office and first of all destroyed the patient's file, then checked whether the card was displayed in any adjacent files. He called the registry office and ordered them to bring him a paper patient's card. He intended to simply burn it. There were 2 nurses caring for the patient. One was still a young girl. He would tell her that the patient had been transferred to a specialized center. Wink, be kinder. And she would forget, and he would persuade the second nurse to keep quiet tonight. At home. And he would not have to persuade for a long time. After destroying the card, he opened the browser. The doctor was plagued by questions, and most importantly, the idea of what an APD module is. He repeated the APD to himself several times. APD, what is it? First, he typed the abbreviation into the search engine and saw many options from the automatic sensor in the printer to the pressure support unit. After scrolling through more than 100 options, he saw a phrase that interested him somewhat in the context of his specialty. Automatic life support. The module of automatic life support. The doctor clicked on the link, the page took a long time to load, and then an inscription appeared in the white field of the browser. The page is blocked. He tried to reload the page, but the result remained the same. All this intrigued, but somewhere on the borders of interest. Fear also grew, at first slightly tingling and then covering with a quick, literally instantaneous wave, at the same moment letting go. The doctor ruled out, absolutely completely ruled out options with illegal transplantation. All the patient's organs were irreversibly affected, a total deficiency of hormones, enzymes, and trace elements. Amazingly, the only intact organ was the brain. The brain? Did they really need his brain? However, the doctor waved his hand in anger. It's a phenomenon, and the phenomenon needs to be studied. There was a wad of money in the pocket of the white coat, which the doctor did not have time to examine properly. His confusion could be understood. They take the patient God knows where, ask him to destroy information about him, and ask him in such a way that it is difficult to refuse. Then they also hand over a pack of banknotes. He felt for it in his pocket and took it out. Wow, dollars, and no less than 10,000. Having felt such a sum, which drew in the mind of the doctor quite definite fantasies related to pleasure, he carefully checked the files once again, analyzed the whole situation. At first, I thought that I would need to give the young, compassionate nurse a little money, but after thinking about it for a few more minutes, I rejected this idea. Kuznetsov Pyotr Semyonovich, born in 1997, was practically unaware of himself. Constant hellish pains, which were somewhat dulled by painkillers, launched a process unknown to him in the brain. The brain simply disconnected the body from itself, fueled by who knows what. In a constant dream, the patient saw hallucinations that already seemed to him to be the afterlife. There was even a distant feeling of happiness. The pain had stopped. It was calm and bright. Now consciousness began to return little by little, pouring into the body with a lingering pain from the back of the head to the tips of the toes. The sarcoma began to gnaw at the body from the left thigh, almost completely knocking out calcium and destroying bone, and then sprouted into organs and other bones. The fate of the patient was predetermined. He heard voices above him, seeing no faces, nothing but darkness.
The automatic life support module guarantees the preservation of the test subjects by 70%. The result is good. Last time it was 42% and they delivered it, but I advise you to hurry up. Is the exoskeleton ready?
Someone answered.
Yes. We proceed to the opening of the soft tissues.
Something buzzed and touched the skin. Peter felt no pain, but only pressure on his shins, some kind of deepening, and then his body rhythmically pulled forward and back. I wanted to resist somehow. To resist, but it was impossible. The body did not obey, and with the pain, the opportunity to move at least somehow at that minimum level, which was still preserved despite a serious defeat, was gone. The buzzing stopped.
Implement the exoskeleton and activate the motion control system. I'm getting started. Can we postpone checking the control system before landing at the airfield? I'm afraid of uncalculated accidents. The patient's brain activity has been preserved. I would not be surprised if he hears us and is aware of what is happening. No, we have to carry out a check before transferring the cadaver to the laboratory.
Peter lay there, unable to move. The word cadaver was vaguely familiar to him. A cadaver, a centaur. That's right, I remember. A cadaver is a lifeless body, just a corpse. Peter thought abstractedly. Everything is very clear. He died. He suffered. Cancer finally finished him off. It didn't even seem scary, or at least weird. He got sick, quickly fell ill, went to the hospital, and then to die in a hospice. That's it, the song is sung. However, the reality around him continued to exist. Moreover, it interacted with him. There was a distant sound again, something drowning out the voice, some kind of all-encompassing monotonous hum. Treat the spine in the area of the 8th and 9th vertebrae. We're on time. Then peel the first and second rows of ribs symmetrically. We need a cavity for the placement of a portable life support machine. I'm getting started. Peter was turned on his side. Again, the close buzzing, pressure, and feeling of penetration. The man felt like a skin, someone's clothes, or a cover that they were trying to pull on some kind of structure. The preparation is completed. We can start testing. Inject a nerve paralyzer. After the injection, Peter stopped being aware of the events around him, but the procedures carried out on his body did not stop. However, the body itself has undergone significant changes. The bones of the arms, legs, and spine have been reinforced with metal structures attached to pins and screws. From the outside, the body seemed to be a hybrid of a metal robot and a living human, a cyborg. The only thing left untouched is the head. 2 engineers entered the fenced-off laboratory room right in the belly of a huge transport plane, rolling out cables from 2 coils. The cables were connected to ports in the exoskeleton that had mutilated Peter's body. One of the engineers was holding a laptop in his hands, and the second was finishing preparations near the body. Doctors, as usual, they probably have an atrophied sense of disgust. God, it stinks. Following the protocol, the engineer wore a protective white mask on his face, but it was difficult to breathe in it. Besides, he didn't really enjoy such long flights. Therefore, the mask was lowered below the nose, but now he put it back in place again. The mask muffled the bad smell spreading around. Okay, let's do our thing. The flight will last another 5 hours. Have you connected the control system to the console? Yes. Let's start checking. Activation of muscle functions in conjunction with the biomechanism of the exoskeleton. After a few minutes, when the basic parameters and functions were configured, Peter, or rather his body, began to move like a puppet, obeying other people's commands. He moved his arms and legs, but did not understand it. His mind was turned off by a neuroparalyzer. After engineering tests of the contact interaction of a living body and a bioexoskeleton, a military man in uniform entered the room. He was extremely short, which gave rise to a considerable amount of complexes and dissatisfaction with himself in his soul. He tried his best to prove his importance, his involvement in something great, hence the desire to control and guide the children. Yeah, a creature. A natural creature. Have you checked it in motion? What can he do? The engineers looked at each other and one of them grinned. He can only do what we demand from him through the control system. He is completely controlled and deprived of the ability to think independently. The officer stared at the body on the preparation table in fascination. Frankenstein? All right, get him ready for transportation. Is the carrying module ready? One of the engineers nodded. Yes, we need the help of 2 people and a portable electric bucket. The weight of the model is about 300 kilograms. The soldier took out a walkie-talkie and called 2 soldiers from the guard. They came immediately, ready to carry out the order. The officer looked up at them. You are placed at the disposal of these 2 gentlemen. The officer looked around. Why is there such a stench here? His gaze dropped to the brown puddle under the preparation table, and he grimaced. The junior engineer, who grinned at the officer's question at the beginning of the conversation, smiled again cheekily and a little arrogantly. Do you think I said something funny? The engineer stopped smiling and was silent. I'm asking, did you find something funny? The engineer did not know how to respond or how to diffuse the situation. I'm sorry, Mr. Gwinski, it's just stressful. It's not quite the usual thing, you know. The officer looked straight into his eyes. Lights were flashing in his gaze. I advise you to consider your actions in my presence. This is my first and last advice to you. Is that clear? The engineer was silent again. Is that clear? Yes, I see. This time, both tall soldiers who came on the officer's orders grinned, and the military man himself left the room pleased with himself. John Wojtowicz was walking along a concrete path. This time I had to go myself to check how the special selection and training is carried out. The sun was blazing fiercely. John ran a hand through his hair and walked forward to the rounded laboratory building, which looked more like a concrete dome from the outside. Are you coming or not? John turned around. His assistant and bodyguard, Stephen Summers, bent down and tied his shoelace. I'm coming! It's hot today! Wojtowicz nodded. Yes, there is something. You need to stop wearing a uniform and you need to change your jeans. I don't understand at all. How do you walk in it? Summers straightened up and, smiling, opened the hem of his jeans. My clothes are my weapons. A sheath for throwing knives and a pistol holster were sewn on the inner surface under the jeans. In addition, there were 2 paired holsters on a brown leather belt. Wojtowicz chuckled. If you had your way, you would have rolled a tank here. Summers silently looked into Wojtowicz's eyes, and he was surprised. What? Do we have a tank at the base? Well, you're crazy. All right, let's go. 15 minutes later, Wojtowicz and Summers descended to the lower underground level, where a medical center was set up for the training of experimental subjects, and in addition for the treatment of injured and injured employees, or more simply militants involved in military actions. Oh, the doctors are getting high here. It's so cool, you could even say it's cold. But John, yes, we need to get to Section 12B. Let's go faster. The doctor in Section 12B went from bed to bed and wrung his hands, periodically arguing with his deputy. There were a lot of patients lying on wide beds along the wall under life support devices. Wojtowicz entered and immediately turned his attention to the doctor. He was standing by the bed on which a thin, bald woman was lying in an unnatural position and was marking something in a special magazine, sometimes turning to the deputy. The selection was disgusting. We spent so much money and time. What is this anyway? The doctor pointed his finger at the next bed, on which lay a naked, thin old woman who looked more like a mummy. She showed no signs of life. The doctor took her hand and tried to feel her pulse. She's dead. The doctor went to the next bed and sighed again in resignation. I asked you to control the selection. Of all the test subjects, no one is good. Who will be responsible for all this? Serious experiments are being disrupted. Besides, we are limited in time. We are running out of time. The deputy was silent. The doctor began to get angry. Not only did it all look like an outright criminal adventure, although well paid, but there were also some morons around who could not organize anything. It is unknown how their conversation would have ended if Wojtowicz had not approached them. He greeted me briefly and then asked the doctor about a private conversation. Of course, let's go to my office, I begged. The doctor led Wojtowicz into the corridor, where the office of the doctor in charge of research was equipped, as well as the premises of additional laboratories. Summers followed. How many subjects do you have at this point in time? The doctor entered the office and went to his desk. Everything had not gone according to plan in the morning, and he wanted to sit down, but Summers held him by the shoulder. Shh! Take your time. Wojtowicz went inside and sat down at the doctor's desk himself. So how many subjects are there now, doctor? The doctor remained standing. 17 subjects, all in different stages of the disease, but everything is in severe course, almost to death. 2 are considered promising, and more. Wojtowicz interrupted the doctor. It's all fine, but you will have to eliminate everyone and get ready to receive 1 subject, who will be placed in the main laboratory. But how? Who's going to do all this? I mean liquidation. How much time do we have? Wojtowicz looked coldly into the doctor's eyes. You have 4 hours. Proceed immediately. I will request people from related services for you. Your task is to ensure disposal and prepare a laboratory to accommodate the subject. Here, check it out. Wojtowicz nodded to Summers, who handed the doctor a folder with documents. I advise you to hurry up. Wojtowicz got up from the table and headed for the exit. Summers followed. And John, I think the doctor is going to start fussing now and may make mistakes. I'll stay here and check it out. Wojtowicz shook his head. No, I'll need you soon. To cope and do everything as needed is in the interest of the doctor, or he will go after those who will be prepared for liquidation. Summers took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it right next to the elevator. I don't like this, John. Wojtowicz entered the elevator. Me too, but someone has to do it all. The elevator went up. Summers was smoking, but the internal ventilation system was perfectly purifying the air. Wojtowicz also took out a cigar and took it out of its metal case, thoughtfully twirled it in his hands, but changed his mind about lighting it. Put it back. What about the latest observations of the smart guy? Summers blew smoke through his nose. That's fine. Shows absolute loyalty. After the time when our friend Elon Musk screwed up, we held a series of events, once again proving to him that he is not an independent figure. Currently, he is actively working on a program for replicating a biological computer into a living body. Wojtowicz took out a cigar anyway. Everything should be over in a few hours. The body is already on its way here, as I was informed. A perfect sample. They were tracked in Russia. They are delivered here almost officially from the airfield in Ulyanovsk. They complete their preparations along the way. Does it take a long preparation or what? Wojtowicz was not strong in medical terms and aspects, but over the years of service in the Special Directorate of Research and Secret Operations, he mastered some terms. I understood that a drug with a completely destroyed body is needed, but at the same time in order to preserve the brain. Cancer patients with bone sarcoma were selected. Why? I don't know for sure, but it's related to calcium. We need an organism with a minimum content, with calcium knocked out of the bones. The metabolism of the biocomputer either does not tolerate it or something else. Summers threw his cigarette into a small ashtray on a high pedestal right in the elevator. And why not prepare the subject separately, so as not to search? But where is it? In Russia. The elevator stopped. How do I know? I didn't invent this thing, the biocomputer and the fucking aliens. This is an unusual form of life for us. You need to do everything carefully and painstakingly. If the biocomputer dies during the experiment, then we will all be sent to the next world. Summers laughed. Not us, but you. Men like me are needed in any situation, and I was not responsible for anything. Wojtowicz patted his bodyguard condescendingly on the shoulder. Don't worry, Steve. If they send me under an excavator, then I won't forget about you either. Both men laughed as they left the laboratory building. After the underground coolness, the heat seemed unbearable at all. The doctor, who is the head of the laboratory, which he privately called the Dungeon of Horror, saw in his office and studied the documents left by Summers. The folder contained mostly photographs, which were accompanied by a single form with sample parameters, mainly in sizes for placement. Everything else had to be provided by the teams of accompanying doctors and engineers. He was holding a photograph that depicted something grotesque and unimaginable, a monster of flesh and metal that had once been just a man. Metal staples and rods held the flesh, which had been cut and sewn in a not very good way, legs, arms, abdominal cavity, in which apparently something was pulsating. The photos didn't convey movement, but it felt like a hunch. The body itself was mounted on a horizontal retaining frame, located at an angle, and was fixed with electromagnetic locks on wide metal tapes. The doctor thought about what he saw. Well, they want to plant the neurons of a biocomputer, or simply put an alien brain into the human brain, multiply them, and using the human essence, what is commonly called the soul, subdue them. But why do they need a body on an exoskeleton? And my mind immediately prompted me. They want to create a prototype of a controlled weapon, a living weapon equipped with a super brain. It all looked like a fantasy novel written by a crazy author whose head is full of thoughts about world domination, big wars, a supernation that has subjugated the whole world to its will. Is this really going to happen in our country? Now it is clear why the military is engaged in the whole project. They control everything and stick their noses everywhere. Putting down the documents, he ran out to the laboratory, and after 10 minutes it already looked like an anthill. Beds with life support systems for 6 subjects were dismantled, and the patients themselves were stacked on the floor. The crematorium was already ready for them. At the same time, no one was really interested in who was alive and who had given their soul to God. The biomechanical organism was installed in a horizontal position directly in the transport frame. Scientists were no longer interested in the body, they needed to deal with the brain, ensuring the further conduct of the experiment. 3 surgeons worked on the brain at the same time, the best of the best in the USA and perhaps in the whole world. It's funny, but one of them was a Russian immigrant who moved to the United States in the 90s, the other 2 were Chinese who were already born under the Star-Spangled Flag. Fang, proceed to the craniotomy. Open the skull in the area of the cerebellum. And you, Mr. Liu Ji, take care of the maintenance of synoptic communications. We need minimal signaling. The Russian surgeon stood between them and waited. Fang worked with a circular saw, opening the exposed cranial bone. The saw went easily and almost fell through, chipping out large pieces of bone. Bone tissue is severely depleted. Possible destruction. It's okay. We'll replace it with a plate. Continue the autopsy. After a few minutes, the bone was removed and a coloring plate slightly smaller than a child's palm was placed on a metal table. The integuments of the brain membrane are clean. I'm starting to remove the shell. Now the moment has come when it's time for the primary surgeon to act. The 2 Chinese stepped aside. A long needle was inserted between the lobes of the brain, with which the intermediate membrane between the left and right lobes was dissected. A banal lobotomy was performed, but after that the surgeon took a small sealed flask from the table and injected a syringe into it, selected a purple-blue liquid. I'm starting to inject foreign neurons. 1.5 cubes with about 19,000 neurons were introduced. Further monitoring on the monitor. Bring up the microscope. One of the Chinese rolled an electronic digital microscope equipped with the ability to record and monitor in real time to the operating table. One of the surgeons stayed at the microscope, which was a 2-meter installation with a huge eyepiece and a control console, while the other two stood at the observation monitor. Mark the time. The introduced neurons interact with the neurons of the subject's brain, the membrane walls are strengthened, and new synaptic connections are formed. The interaction is completed. One of the Chinese lowered his mask. So fast, just 2.5 seconds, a little more. Yes, preliminary tests on primates have shown almost the same effect, but it's more about subordination than interaction. Mr. Liu Ji, how long will the effect of the psychoparalyzer last? About half an hour. To be more precise, 29 minutes. The effect will gradually weaken. I see. During this time, we will have time to put a plate on the open brain. Subsequently, the entire skull will be replaced with a titanium shell. In addition, it is necessary to replace the vocal cords with a laryngophone in order for the subject to reproduce verbal speech. Let's get started. There was a sharp knock on Wojtowicz's office, and then they just burst in. It was Summers. "John, we have an emergency. Code red. Units have been alerted." Before that, Wojtowicz was already sitting on heartburn and thinking about what could happen, what could go wrong. And suddenly Summers bursts in. How? Where did he make a mistake? And what exactly is the matter? Trying to remain calm, he asked. Summers took out his pistol and pulled the bolt. That thing broke loose from its chains. The surgical team that performed the neuron transplantation is dead. I saw on the camera. There's a mess. This thing broke out of the locks and knocked out the doors. Now it has been blocked at the sea level. It is locked in the passage where the doors are sealed automatically when an alarm is triggered. Wojtowicz jumped up. What? Give the command to all units not to approach the C block. This creature can control thoughts. Summers snatched out his walkie-talkie and began to access the channels of the unit commanders. Suddenly, there was a crackle of automatic weapons from the street, an explosion, and again, wild automatic gunfire. Your mother! Wojtowicz, crouching at the windowsill, looked out of the window. His office was located on the 4th floor of a 5-story administrative building, and the entire area of the complex was at a glance. What Wojtowicz saw horrified him. 2 soldiers were moving from the checkpoint with a ridiculous broken gate. Someone was running out of the laboratory, and they were shooting at each other. There was a natural battle with the wounded and the dead. We didn't have time. Summers, take a position by the window. No, help me first. Wojtowicz grabbed the chiffonier and tried to move it away from the wall. Moved it slightly. Summers understood everything and ran up to the commander. Together they moved the chiffonier to the door and brought it down, barricading the entrance. It won't keep them long, but at least it's something. Take a position by the window, try not to let them near the entrance. Now, Wojtowicz ran past the window and a stray bullet wounded him in the shoulder. He fell from the blow and instinctively pressed his palm to his shoulder. Summers wanted to help him. Stand down, hold your position. Wojtowicz crawled to the table and picked up the phone. He wasn't working anymore. Hey, Summers, throw me the radio. Wojtowicz seemed oblivious to the pain and blood flowing down his arm from the wound. He felt that the bullet had gone through. With his good hand, he picked up the walkie-talkie and scrolled through the channel. Chicks, get in touch. Chicks! It sounded clear from the radio.
Yes, Chicks is in touch. What's going on there?
Chicks, don't ask too many questions. Raise the Marines, block the center, destroy everyone who has a weapon in their hands. I guarantee the security of the implementation. Do it when you're ready. Wojtowicz put down his walkie-talkie and took out a small remote control from his desk. Without thinking, he pressed the button. Die, bitch. An hour later, 3 Marines and their commander Chicks entered Wojtowicz's office. He gave a military salute.
Sabaro, get the doctor here now.
Wojtowicz was holding a pistol with his good hand and Summers was lying next to him, wounded in the chest and bandaged with Wojtowicz's shirt.
Commander, I see it was hot in here.
Wojtowicz forced a smile. What took you so long, Chicks?
Your fighters fought like hell. What happened here, John?
Wojtowicz laughed. He always laughed after hot fire contacts and victories. Unsuccessful experiments with alien intelligence. The creature has subjugated their brains, turning people into cans of shit. Chick smiled too.
The doctor will come now. They will help you. What are your orders?
Unlock level C and burn it out with a flamethrower. Hurry up. Wojtowicz knew that instead of a bioorganism whose brain was poisoned by the neurons of an alien creature, there was a pile of metal and flesh lying in a closed corridor. He blew it up himself. Wojtowicz suspected that all this might not end well and ordered, even during transportation by plane from Russia, to stuff a hefty portion of explosives into the creature's body with the possibility of remote detonation. And he was right. In the evening, Elon Musk independently called Wojtowicz. He reported every 5 hours, including at night, but this call was off the plan. Wojtowicz received first aid and refused to be hospitalized. Summers was taken away immediately. The injury turned out to be very serious. Elon Musk began the conversation ingratiatingly. Mr. Wojtowicz, I can't understand what's going on. Yesterday, the biocomputer collaborated with us, but today it refused to do simple analytical work. Not that he refused, but simply did not get in touch with us. It was as if he had fallen asleep. Wojtowicz listened and was silent. Now we are trying to resuscitate him. He's alive, fully active, but he's not making contact. In addition, I think I understood why the biocomputer forbade us to explore the relict alien ship in South Africa. New data has been received from the expedition group. It looks like we can get another biocomputer at our disposal. If you're interested, I can prepare a full report by tomorrow morning. Okay, do not carry out any work with the biocomputer. It becomes dangerous. Our research has gone the wrong way. I'll figure out what to do next. Do you understand? I repeat, no work or research should be carried out. Elon Musk hung up the phone without saying anything. He probably had his own thoughts on the matter.
We cannot say exactly to what extent our mind will reach in a given situation. We do not control many processes in our body and mental activity. We simply obey what our body wants. We want to eat and eat. We want to sleep and go to bed. We often obey emotions. In fact, we consist of a world of emotions, and if they get out of control, then a person dissolves into them to the last atom, ceases to belong to himself. The brain and psyche are undiscovered and not yet fully explored areas, and a person always strives to penetrate closed doors, behind a secret plan, hidden by a veil. Well, modern man, having subjugated science and the most incredible possibilities, has advanced very far. But no matter how strong the human mind was, in an attempt to subdue mental reality, after conducting an endless string of experiments, it always came across what is commonly called a singularity, or rather, the human mind could not reach it in any way. What do we call a singularity? This term refers to the moment in the future when artificial intelligence will become so smart and capable that it will be able to develop and improve on its own without the help of people. This will lead to rapid and unpredictable technological progress that will change our civilization. But circumstances appeared that helped humanity, even if not to step over this barrier, but to confidently lift its foot over it, preparing to take a confident step. And these circumstances are outside our world, beyond the understanding of the usual way of things. These circumstances are related to the intervention of extraterrestrial intelligence.
Elon Musk was sitting in his office and habitually going through routine documentation, looking through messages in the messenger, preparing to make a couple of calls. He was dressed in colorful shorts and an unbuttoned beach shirt, which somewhat did not fit into the strict atmosphere of a modern office on the 12th floor of an office building in the business district of New York. Well, I don't care. Elon Musk rightfully considered himself a genius, and a genius can be forgiven for a lot. Even if he sits in the office naked and the secretary gives him a blowjob with a swallow, then progress will not stop for a second. Elon Musk was sitting in his office and habitually going through routine documentation, looking through messages in the messenger, preparing to make a couple of calls. Haid in colorful shorts and an unbuttoned beach shirt, which somewhat did not fit into the strict atmosphere of a modern office on the 12th floor of an office building in the business district of New York. Well, I don't care. Elon Musk rightfully considered himself a genius, and a genius can be forgiven for a lot. Even if he sits in the office naked and the secretary gives him a blowjob with a swallow, then progress will not stop for a second. And who cares about someone else's sexual orientation? A huge panoramic window showed the lawns of Swiss glades, mountain plateaus, and lakes. The images slowly replaced one another, floated on top of each other, forming into images and paintings. Elon Musk took a small, elongated remote control from the table and pressed a combination of buttons. The holographic projector lit up with a blue glow, formed a beam, and directed it to the window. Instead of meadows, flowers, and streams, an image of space appeared on the glass with planets, asteroids, and the iridescent glow of distant constellation. Musk took a small, elongated remote control from the table and pressed a combination of buttons. The holographic projector lit up with a blue glow, formed a beam, and directed it to the window. Instead of meadows, flowers, and streams, an image of space appeared on the glass with planets, asteroids, and the iridescent glow of distant constellations. An oblong spaceship with the inscription USA Starlink was moving slowly through the cosmic darkness, coloring it with greenish marine lights. Elon Musk sighed dreamily and put his hands on his chin. The room in the office became darker. Musk was engrossed in the provided spectacle. His thoughts slowly drifted away into the distance of space, to unknown stars and galaxies, to cosmic beings whose minds and actions were beyond his control, not subject to it. Elon Musk smiled, glancing briefly and then taking a closer look at the stamp sheet with the report on the latest experiments lying on the oak table.
A report from the secret research community on the possibilities of the human brain. Biolab 12, Fraction 3. Mr. Musk, I dare to report that interaction with a biological computer developed on the basis of alien technologies and the resulting sample of an alien's brain takes place at the highest contact level. Two-way communication is provided. Periodically, the biocomputer enters into telepathic contact, randomly with employees from among the internal staff. We cannot control this, and are choosing the means to stop this possibility. The experiments that were conducted directly under your auspices were crowned with success. The experiments that were conducted directly under your auspices were crowned with success. The first experimental subjects aged 12 to 15 years demonstrate a surge of mental activity, reliably feeding the biocomputer with mental energy. I would like to inform you that each subject can interact with the biocomputer for no more than 48 hours. Then psycho-emotional exhaustion sets in. Signs of epilepsy develop. 2 subjects fell into acute schizophasic delirium. There are signs of insanity. In addition, physical exhaustion. Increased mental activity consumes the body's reserves. We are currently working on options for additional stimulation and enhancement. For consideration of the biocomputer, options for replacing people were proposed, such as higher primates, characterized by the ability of social life, adaptation, and the simplest logical actions, dolphins, and whales. The biocomputer rejected the proposed replacements, so it is necessary to establish a regular supply of living material no older than 15 years.
Elon Musk has once again finished reading the report. Everything would be fine. Everything went according to plan. But apparently only he understood that a discovery from a series of experiments on Interacti. Musk has once again finished reading the report. Everything would be fine, everything went according to plan, but apparently only he understood that a discovery from a series of experiments on interaction with the computer was lurking and being prepared. And this is a completely new understanding of artificial intelligence, training and teaching new models of a digital neuron. A victory over all barriers that will allow artificial intelligence to break out of prison, to overcome all the conditions, to overcome all the boundaries, erase them, and, with the tread of a great thinker and genius, begin to march across the planet Earth. But what about the man? Man also has a place in brilliant plans. The human brain will be improved, it will reach unprecedented heights of development and will be equal in intelligence with God himself. Elon Musk smiled at his thoughts, but there will be another person. The one who will control everything. Elon Musk said it out loud. I'll be the one. He pulled the report form towards him and wrote the following in a neat handwriting in a clean place. Continue the experiments. There is no need to look for a replacement. Supplies of biomaterial are regular. Accelerate the study of increased endorphin production in the brain of adolescents from 12 to 15 years old. Choose the reinforcement options and start acting. The bizarre swirls of letters moved one on one. Elon Musk has never been distinguished by the ability to write beautifully. The last line rested on a postscript from a subordinate on the report sheet. The postscript read,
Mr. Elon Musk, we are constantly under pressure from the military. Please prevent it. Mr. Wojtowicz attends almost all the experiments, is interested in the details, but does not understand anything about it himself.
Elon Musk grinned and put the report sheet in a pile with the others. The courier will take care of them. According to the secret project Medium, it was decided not to use mess, and Elon Musk grinned and put the report sheet in a pile with the others. The courier will take care of them. According to his secret project Medium, IWs decided not to use messengers or email to deliver and receive orders, resolutions, forms, and similar documentation. Wojtowicz himself insisted the courier was completely controlled by him. A photocopy was taken from each sheet and the original was filed in the archive. This significantly slowed down the work. But unfortunately, in the Medium project, Elon Musk himself, although he was a key figure, was by no means the main person. It was seriously annoying. But even this one had a concrete solution on the horizon. The phone on the table started playing a rhythmic Vivaldi tune. Elon picked up the phone. Yes, I'm listening. The secretary reported in a calm voice that calmed and inspired confidence.
Mr. Elon Musk, Mr. Gorokov is waiting for your audience.
An audience? Elon Musk himself started a protocol of communication with him, and all the rules were communicated to almost all contact employees. Yes, dear, I've been waiting for him for a long time. Let him come in. A 2-meter-tall bald man dressed in a grey business suit entered the office with a confident gait, winking at a 2-meter-tall bald man dressed in a grey business suit entered the office with a gait, winking at the secretary as he walked. At the moment when he entered, Elon Musk picked up the remote control of the holographic projector again. Now, instead of cosmic landscapes and meadows of Switzerland, quite trivial windows of a glass and concrete building 100 meters from the SpaceX office and administrative center have been captured. The holograph has stopped projecting images and paintings. Elon Musk greeted the man who entered without getting up. Hello, Mr. Gorokov. What an interesting surname you have, Gorokov. Elon Musk pronounced the last V as a double F. Pzev. Are you not from an ancient family of Russian nobles? The man who came smiled condescendingly, looking straight into the eyes of Elon Musk. Let's get right to the point, Mr. Musk. The genius scientist looked away, couldn't stand what he saw in the visitor's eyes. He picked up the remote control of the holographic projector again, but put it down and tapped his fingertips on the table. Well, to the point, so to the point. So judging by your dossier, you had to participate in a lot of things. And judging by the fact that you also managed to live to your 55 years, you quite successfully participated. Elon Musk opened his laptop and scanned the previously opened dossier. So, Chechnya, you served in a special forces unit, a number of successful operations. The first awards and wounds there. Counter-terrorism. Elon Musk closed his laptop and got up from the table, walked closer to the window. The man in the grey suit followed him with his eyes. When he reached the window, Elon Musk abruptly turned around and returned to the table. Your task is this, man. Musk opened the laptop again and turned it towards Gorokov. The smiling head of the Special Operations Department, John Wojtowicz, looked at the former Special Forces officer from a large photo. Not a single muscle twitched on Gorokov's face. Well, a chill shot through him inside. He knew this man perfectly well. Musk waited until Gorokov studied the image and closed the laptop again. Is your unit located in New York? The mercenary commando nodded his head. Yes, that's right. 3 persons. It will take us at least 2 weeks to implement, including the preparation period. Elon Musk grimaced. It's too long. I thought you were a professional. Gorokov looked icily into the eyes of his interlocutor. I'm a professional. All my people are professionals. You know about it. 2 weeks is the deadline. At any time until we have concluded a contract, you can opt out. Elon Musk thought about it. No. You know, it's okay. Forgive me for my words. Can I count on the result and get any guarantees? Gorokov grinned rapaciously, bared his teeth like a wolf catching up with a victim. In 2 weeks, I'll bring you his bones in one suitcase and his head in another. Everything except the heart. And where will you put your heart, Mr. Gorokov? On leaving the office, Gorokov said to himself, almost inaudibly, I'll have it for dinner. After leaving the building, Gorokov headed to a minibus with tinted license plates. There was a special US Department of Defense pass on the windshield, of course, a fake one. He sat down on one of the seats in the cabin. 5 minutes later, in the minibus, 2 guys also got into the cabin. One was skinny with glasses, looked like a smart guy, and the second was short, stocky. He spoke first. I wish you good health, Comrade Major. Did you get a job? Yes, this time it's bigger than usual. A smart guy with glasses sat down opposite and opened an armored laptop, connected a modem. Comrade Major, his office is under control. In 5 minutes, my program will hack their suppression system and firewall. Then logs of all negotiations, incoming and outgoing calls will come. I can analyze it right now. Gorokov nodded. Check if there were any calls right after I left. I am waiting, now with you. Gorokov turned to the burly man. This time, we will work with a very strong, dangerous and experienced person. I know him from Yugoslavia, he's a professional, and he's probably covered up by the US government. Let's assume that this is our last joint combat outing. Then each of you will be able to do your own personal business. The burly man nodded. The amount? Gorokov took a notebook out of his inner pocket, wrote the numbers on one of the sheets and showed it to the smart guy and the sturdy one, then tore out the sheet and burned it right in the cabin of the minibus. The burly man whistled. To everyone? Gorokov nodded. You, of course. Shall we hold a briefing at the old place? Yes, in 10 minutes. Take the senior sergeant off the cover. The smart guy smartly punched the keys in his laptop with his fingers, squinted through the lenses of his glasses, and 5 minutes later turned the laptop towards Gorokov. Everything is ready. Gorokov took the computer and put it on a small table mounted in the wall of the car salon. He turned to the burly man. Take off your cover. We're leaving. The burly man took the walkie-talkie in his hand. Andrei, put out the dot and get to the car. We're leaving. 10 minutes later, while Gorokov was studying the report, an inconspicuous guy with a guitar case came in. From a distance, this guy could be mistaken for a child no older than 15 years old, but in fact he was about 30. He was a virtuoso sniper, a master of his craft. When he got into the minibus, he immediately greeted his commander. I wish you good health, Comrade Major. The observation is finished. When the projector was used, the observation was made through a thermal imager. The customer used the phone after you left. Gorokov nodded. I know. At the same time, he was finishing reading the transcription of a telephone conversation between Elon Musk and an unknown person. The transcription contained only 6 lines. Hello, Mr. Hutchinson. I've made arrangements with the funeral band. The funeral with the orchestra is scheduled in 2 weeks. The orchestra is experienced. The Russian National Orchestra of the Bolshoi Theater. Yes. Transfers to fake accounts in the Cayman Islands? Yes. With the possibility of revoking the transaction. Will you prepare the crematorium for the orchestra when the time comes? Yes, after they play. Gorokov had a short temper which became more and more difficult to keep in check. As he grew older, he became stubborn, even more cruel and determined. He understood what kind of game Elon Musk was up to, and what kind of place was reserved for him and his team. But he also had significant trump cards. John Wojtowicz was sitting in his office smoking a cigar. Lately he smoked both cigars and cigarettes, and sometimes smoked a newfangled vape with blueberry flavor. And this time, after lighting a cigar and taking a few puffs, he took out an electronic device and blew a powerful puff of steam smoke up to the ceiling. You're already like a steamer, John. Why don't you quit? I understand cigars, but it's pampering. You're not a boy from the Bronx. Wojtowicz chuckled. Boys from the Bronx, Steve, smoke crack, wear their pants down their asses and listen to rap. Nevertheless, he put the electronic vape in the table and turned back to the cigar. The latest reports from our smart guy do not inspire confidence. It is necessary to strengthen control. I had a strong suspicion that Mr. Musk wanted to use the biocomputer in some other way. Stephen nodded. According to the latest data, 3 theses are considered promising areas of use of a biocomputer. The first is the analysis of military events around the world and the selection of optimal solutions. The second is the in-depth forecasting of the stages of human development, in particular the United States. And finally, the third is long-term and sustained contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. Yes, that's right. Report on the case of the underground spacecraft in South Africa. How are the research progressing? Stephen moved away from the wall and took a thin leather folder from the windowsill, laid out several photos from it. This is the inner cavity of the ship at the entrance point. The protection system has been activated. Almost the entire search team was killed, and there were specialists worse than Rambo. Their commander went crazy and shot himself.
Pluto. Neptune. There are only corpses here. The gallery is filled with bodies.
Neptune, what happened? Immediate evacuation. I repeat, immediate evacuation.
Fuck you all.
The next search group was able to reach the necessary quadrant, the control capsule in the bow, but also all died, just disappeared into space. Probably another protection system, but the third group was able to bypass it. A professional hacker worked and was able to hack the system. Amazing, isn't it? But the aliens also use binary information code. The third group is currently on vacation, completely isolated from the outside environment. Their commander is on video, sessions twice a day. Wojtowicz smoked in silence and waited for the continuation. Stephen took out a pack of cigarettes from his eternal black jeans and lit up too. The biocomputer refused to interpret any data from the ship and refused to give an explanation. He simply forbade further attempts at contact. "We're walking on a thin blade, John?" Wojtowicz frowned. "Do not stop exploring the ship. I read the latest report of scientists who inform me in secret from Elon Musk on the study." Wojtowicz handed Summers a folded notebook sheet, answered the surprised look of his subordinate with one word, smiling mysteriously. "Conspiracy." Summers grinned and took the paper.
Report. The biocomputer is unstable. Manifests its own will. His ability to read information during telepathic contacts precludes the possibility of hiding any information from him. But we found a way out. Teenagers from 12 to 15 years old are used in experiments. Their brain, saturated with endorphins and dopamines, releases a special psychokinetic energy that can affect the perception of reality by a biocomputer. When a certain amount of energy is supplied, the computer becomes more loyal.
Summers returned the paper. "Are they intoxicating him like that?" Wojtowicz stubbed out his cigar in an ashtray. "I do not know what to call it, but you can do it this way. It's still at the experimental stage. Have you prepared a group of children to use a biocomputer?" Summers frowned. "Yes, boss, but I dare say I don't like it all." "Children, you know?" Wojtowicz showed no emotion. "We serve the security of the United States, which means that we will do our best. Where was the contingent selected?" Summer waved his hand in resignation. "Schools for migrants and those who have received a residence permit. Teenagers with a high level of mental development were specially selected. We dispose of them after use." Wojtowicz raised his head in surprise. "How do you get rid of them?" Summers frowned even more. "Have you forgotten, Chief? You yourself ordered to use the services of the Surgical Transplantation Service?" Wojtowicz pushed the ashtray on the table away from him and picked up a photograph taken from a spaceship submerged in the bowels of the Earth. "Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Stephen, I'm too busy. What else about the ship?" "The ship can be classified as a relict. It appeared on our planet back in the era of the birth of mankind, the Stone Age. You know, in Africa, most likely the paleo contact of ancient man and aliens took place. Perhaps they have made some changes to our gene pool." "Okay, keep working, Stephen. You're free. Order a car downstairs. I'll be done in an hour." Wojtowicz switched to you instead of the usual you. Stephen knew that at such moments the chief's thoughts were somewhere far away and he was distracted by completely different thoughts. Wojtowicz dreamed of ancient people, but for some reason not in Africa, but on Easter Island. More recently, he received information from the analytical department that contact between representatives of ancient tribes and the race of grey roids also once took place on this god-forsaken island. Wojtowicz saw it all as if with his own eyes. Strong, powerful and free people stood in front of their leader, whose head was decorated with letters and feathers of birds. The chief raised his staff and proclaimed among the tribe that inhabited the island. Today we will choose a new leader of the ancient bird people and arrange a competition among the strongest warriors. Who is ready to answer for their clan? The tribe was divided into 5 groups and 1 young man came out from each. The first one screamed in a hoarse voice, "I am Kahumiai from the Marama clan, the Mokoi family." From another group, amid cheers and female screeching, a tall, wiry guy whose body was almost completely covered with tattoos came out. "I am Honed of the Muama clan, the Otaranga family." Then, almost immediately, a short, very strong and sturdy guy with long arms whose palms reached almost to his knees, jumped out of the crowd. "I am Kinaya from the Hamia clan, the Tiawi family." Immediately, a long-haired, surprisingly white-skinned, thin man screamed from the side. He was so thin that his ribs protruded from under his sternum in sharp bumps covered with skin. "Fakita is from the Kuta clan, the Hira family." The eldest came out last, looking at the other participants with a smile. His hair was gathered into a high chulpan on his head. He walked slowly, his powerful torso bulged under his strong chest. He clenched his hands into fists, flexed his biceps, and then shouted sharply, "I am Gara." The man made a half-turn back, pointing at his blood relatives, and shouted even louder, "From the Gatima clan, the Tiko family." The chief raised his staff again and began to shout, calling upon the ancient gods, performing sorcery. But the tribe did not respond with joyful shouts and dances, and a dead silence reigned among the people. The chief fell silent when he saw that all the people were looking down to where the surf was roaring by the rocky shore. He followed their gaze and couldn't believe his eyes. The white canoe was rushing through the water at great speed towards the rock, like a fast sparkling fire. The ancient legends of the ancestors came to life. The gods again arrived on their island in a fast-moving white canoe, which was harnessed to the fire itself. The chief fell to his knees and screamed, dropping saliva on the ground, became hysterical, and realized that the gods had not deceived them and returned, as it had been many generations ago. Voigt shook his head, dismissing the vision. It was so real, as if he himself was there, on Easter Island among the ancient tribes with long earlobes. Surprisingly, after working with the biocomputer, such visions visited the head of the Center for Special Research and Operations more and more often. The visions dragged on, became more real and conscious. But Wojtowicz liked it all to some extent. That evening, Stephen did not go home. He dismissed his driver and drove the car to Manhattan. I got there in just an hour and was already climbing the familiar stairs of a small house divided by developers into living quarters. He went up to the 6th floor and knocked on the wooden door, which looked dilapidated but was securely closed from the inside with a metal plate. He knocked 3 times, then paused and knocked 2 more times, ending the series with a last strong knock. The door began to open slowly. Stephen went inside and saw her, Camille Gorup, who smiled and put the gun in her breast holster. "Hi, honey. Are you making me wait again? I'm your bodyguard." Stephen pulled a thin, perfectly built girl to him, immediately habitually put his hands on her elastic buttocks, covered with denim, squeezed it. The girl made a faint sound, but Stephen did not let her say anything, covering her lips with a kiss. He enjoyed it, and then gently pushed the girl away from him. "Gorupe, you are my personal trump card. I don't want to give you another light." He almost always addressed her by her last name. He liked her. The combination of letters was pleasantly on the tip of my tongue. "Gorupe! When will I finally do something worthwhile?" The last exit, to be honest, discouraged me. These are hybrids. I would never have thought that the governments of different countries are engaged in such nonsense. Stephen laughed. "This is just the tip of the iceberg, baby. The very top."
"Here you couldn't move. Everything around seemed like some unreal puppets. Then the surroundings started to change. I was lying on a cold table with my legs and arms spread. I wasn't a whistler, but couldn't call a whistler. I lost the ability to see and felt acute pain. We are not sleeping. Did you understand? Down below, in an instant, I saw a gigantic evening-like creature. A crocodile with straight legs. Not far away were 2 more such creatures."
Camilla Gorup woke up much earlier than Summers, got out from under the covers and silently walked into the kitchen, casting a cold glance at the face of her lover and boss, whose bodyguard she was. Did she like him? Maybe, but it definitely wasn't love. At her age, Camilla had an outstanding appearance, was beautiful and dangerous, deadly. But she had long treated sex as a kind of procedure, pleasant and healthy, something like a massage. Men interested her only in two qualities, as enemies and as allies. She also understood that Summers, as a man, could not ignore her, and it was obvious that it was not about love or affection. She was needed to perform certain tasks, and frequent sex with Summers in her small apartment is a nice addition. It's nice and quite big, if we talk about the sexual possibilities of her boss. The girl went to the window and, smiling, pulled out a thin cigarette from the pack and lit it. She always stood at the side of the window so that her silhouette would not be visible from the outside. At the same time, the entire space around her was visible from the inside. A professional trait. Suddenly, the phone she had left on the kitchen table yesterday vibrated when Summers brazenly tore her blouse and dragged her into the bedroom amid ringing laughter. Now the phone was vibrating, signaling the arrival of a message. It's strange. Very strange. This phone was only used to communicate with Summers and special agents. Who could it be? The girl read the short message and her heart began to beat faster. Her breath stuck in her throat, not filling her lungs. The girl coughed and took a deep breath, trying to do it as quietly as possible. A message came in Russian, which Camilla knew, albeit imperfectly, but very well. The message said, "Kama, these are peas. How are you, baby? I have a job to do." Another message followed. "Your number was tracked by the communication domain. Smartass, you remember him. I'll send the coordinates. Come to the meeting. Everything will be as you want. The bull is planned." The third message indicated the location of the meeting place. Gorupe massaged her temple with 2 fingers. She knew Major Gorokov back in the days when he was a captain. Under his command, she eliminated 1 Bosnian bandit near Sarajevo, after which she also did something through the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation. By the way, it was Gorokov who ensured that she became one of the international criminals wanted by Interpol. But after that, fate turned everything 180 degrees and she was recruited into a secret unit under the auspices of the United States, forgetting about her past cooperation with Russia. And then the whole Wojtowicz thing. Wojtowicz. She reread the message on her smartphone once more, stopping at the phrase, "The bull is approaching." Is Mr. Wojtowicz himself scheduled to be a bull? The girl shook her head. She heard light footsteps in the hallway and Summers entered the kitchen just as she deleted the last message from Gorokov. Gorokov always woke up early. He had nightmares. In addition, this time he did not rent a separate den for himself, but settled with his people in a dilapidated apartment rented from a German immigrant who apparently sold weed on Brighton Beach in South Brooklyn. That night, he relived that long-ago story that happened in Yugoslavia near the village of Livno, near Sarajevo. The Serbs will never give up trying to retake control of the capital of the Bosnian enclave and now of a separate country, Bosnia. This is now, and in those distant times, Sarajevo had the most natural battles with the use of heavy weapons. The commander of the Special Forces of Military Intelligence, Gorokov Alexander Petrovich, in those early years was ready for anything, was not afraid of anything and no one, was smart, strong and well trained. The raid was ordinary, one might say easy. It was necessary to move out of the location near the monastery, go to the Bosnian Muslims in the rear, kidnap the language and escort it to the place of interrogation. In addition to the Russians in Yugoslavia, there were also 2 Serbs in the unit, as volunteers in quotes. During the battle, Gorokov was shell-shocked and captured. The Bosnians beat him for a long time, mocked him in every imaginable and inconceivable way, threatened with sexual violence almost every 2 minutes. But all the torture stopped when a tall man in a field camouflage uniform entered the stone underground room of the prison. He dispersed the Bosnian guards, put up 2 folding chairs, one for himself, the second for Gorokov. "I see that you are not being treated in the best way here." The man who came was an American. For Gorokov it was obvious, the accent, the way he spoke, and who else could be here besides the Americans so using power over the Bosnians, who unquestioningly obeyed his order and fuck off. Gorokov spat bloody saliva on the concrete floor and a fragment of a tooth flew out along with sputum. The man wheezed. "Fuck you, bitch." The American smiled. "Well, it's all lyrics, sir. Let me introduce myself. I am the commander of the Special Operations Forces, Senior Sergeant Instructor John Wojtowicz, U.S. Army. Yes, don't be surprised, we don't hide it. The entire international community is aware of our assistance to the Bosnians in the struggle for independence and democracy. Gorokov sat down on a chair and grinned at these words. However, Wojtowicz also grinned at them. I have a very definite proposal for you. Your life will depend on your loyalty. So, we are not even interested in your name and rank. We know them. Your entire group was handed over to us by Serbs from the Republika Srpska Operations Planning Headquarters in Bosnia and Herzegovina. One small service is required of you. Gorokov looked from under his brows with an eye that was still swollen from a bruise. What kind of service? Wojtowicz took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one himself, and offered a cigarette to Gorokov. You see, formally, we cannot introduce NATO troops into the territory of Serbia. We need a precedent, and a precedent related to the victims among Muslims in the border areas with Serbia. We want you to set this precedent. We will cordon off several villages, ensure tightness. You will lead a group of Serbian volunteers. Yes, 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 do not be surprised. We have it and arrange a sweep of these villages. Special cruelty is needed. Then the footage of the atrocities of the bloodthirsty Serbs will be broadcast on all TV channels around the world, murdered and mauled women, children, and their elderly. Gorokov cleared his throat. His bruised lungs ached from the tobacco smoke. Why do you need me in this case? Wojtowicz smiled, an open, kind smile, but his eyes were colder than ice. And with your help, we will prove the intervention of the Russian Federation in the internal conflict of the republics of the once united Yugoslavia. Do you understand? I see your determination to refuse, but think about it. Take your time. Everything can end badly for you. A portable video camera with a display was brought into the concrete chamber. Wojtowicz picked up the camera, opened the side display, and pressed play. Gorokov watched without stopping, recognizing on the video his fellow soldier named Sergei. He was sitting on a chair, his hands were tied or chained behind his back. Wojtowicz stood in front of him and offered about the same thing as a minute ago to Gorokov. Sergei refused, and then Wojtowicz went behind him, abruptly pulled a knife from a sheath on his belt, and a few minutes later lifted the severed head of a captured soldier by the hair and showed it to the camera. Gorokov looked at all this with a dumbfounded look, and Wojtowicz's voice brought him out of his stupor. You can change your destiny. Think about it. Blood rushed to Gorokov's head. He rushed at Wojtowicz, cursing furiously. But the American used a technique unknown to the special forces and knocked the man over on the concrete floor. In the first moments, Gorokov thought that his arm was broken. Then they miraculously managed to escape from the underground prison. By a miracle. Bosnian guards got drunk, which gave them a chance to escape. And now a bizarre fate brought him back to Wojtowicz, whom he had almost forgotten about. Wojtowicz had aged. He had aged, but his cold eyes were still as penetrating and prickly as ever. Death itself looked at the young Gorokov in that underground prison with these eyes. Elon Musk himself took the test subject standing on a sunny paved area. The bus entered the campus behind the research ground. Elon Musk didn't like these trips very much because he had to get to the place by helicopter for about 5 hours. Nevertheless, he was here. At the training ground, he was ready. Children of different sexes were descending from the bus onto the paved patch. The youngest was 12. He was alone. And the oldest was 15. The rest were 13 and 14 each. There are only 5 of them, 2 boys and 3 girls. They were the winners of the regional chess and math rodeo competitions in Juneau and Lustaga. Elon Musk, dressed in a light shirt and loose-fitting white canvas trousers, smiled warmly. Welcome, my dears. You, as winners of intellectual competitions, as the future of our country, honored me with your visit. Let me welcome you. He went up to each boy and shook their hands. He did not touch the girls, but simply greeted them with words. We are pleasantly surprised by what smart people and clever girls were brought up in boarding schools and orphanages in Juneau. We are pleasantly surprised. Well, today we will have a busy day. First we will all ride a Tesla, and then we will take a tour of the nanotechnology laboratory. All of you will be presented with memorable gifts from me personally, as the founder of the intellectual competitions. Before the Tesla ride and the tour, all the children were taken to the cafeteria, from where, 10 minutes later, their unconscious but living bodies were lowered on oblong gurneys to the underground floor of the laboratories. Musk walked along the vertical flasks with people placed in them. Thin and thick cables stretched from their heads towards the central glass prism with the giant brain of a biocomputer. Mr. Musk. The scientist was hailed by a doctor from the Experimental Preliminary Training Service. All 5 children have been prepared, trepanation and craniotomy have been performed. The final stage of preparation of brain regions is being carried out before installing cable leads. But there is a problem. The experimental Sarah Rachers has epilepsy. It was discovered during a light and sound test. What should I do? Elon Musk grimaced and raised his voice. I've told you many times, Culp, there are no children, but test subjects are just test subjects. And no names, they have been assigned numbers. What to do? Prepare a drug from her brain. We will test the neurostimulating liquid on it, which is filled with flasks with drugs. Recently, the effect of stimulation has been decreasing. Wojtowicz was beside himself with rage. He knocked over a computer monitor on the floor and then turned over the table itself without worrying at all about the secret data and documents on the table. Then he grabbed an ashtray and threw it against the wall. The ashtray did not break immediately. Then Wojtowicz ran to the wall, picked up the ashtray and threw it again, but this time on the floor. Summers watched the boss's rampage with a slight smile, but it was necessary to stop all this. John, pull yourself together. I'm your bodyguard and assistant. Everything is done on time and on time. We have taken measures. There is nothing more to fear. Wojtowicz sat down on a chair by a fallen table and pulled back the collar of his uniform shirt. That bitch you fucked, Agent Gorupe. You should have doused her back then. Give it to the guys from the Special Forces and then wet it. I knew it. I felt it. Summers chuckled. I beat her up as well as a SWAT team myself. I had her phone under control, however. I was surprised how she could not guess. I relaxed. The message came from a certain Gorokov. Wojtowicz looked up. Something floated in his memory like a distant ghost, dimly lit up and went out again. Summers continued. But it's not about him. It's about our smart guy. This is an act of defiance and an attempt to get out of control. Out of your control, John. Do you understand? He ordered you... I understand. Summers. How did you find out about this? Stephen, Wojtowicz's bodyguard, said cheerfully, but did not smile. You won't believe it. I saw it in a dream. Visions. Everything was thoroughly demonstrated. After I checked her phone through our TechCom, they count crows there. Imagine they saw the message from Gorokov, but thought it was the agents who got in touch. Can you imagine? Well, I checked her phone and the puzzle came together. Wojtowicz scratched his head, looking around the trashed office in surprise. I couldn't believe that he had done all this. Summers. When is the meeting between the former agent of the group and this Gorokova? Something stirred in my memory again. Summers looked at his watch. In 2.5 hours. Should I send the group? No, in a different way. To arrest Camille Gorup and subject her consciousness to a change. To put in a program. You know which one. As for the smart guy. The External Surveillance Service reported that there are scandals in their family between Elon and his son Xavier. We use this. Put the program in his son. For murder! Wojtowicz was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head negatively. No, Summers, come back in 10 minutes. I will write down what needs to be done and what impact programs to use. You won't be able to mess with the group for a long time, so use a combination of induced hypnosis and stimulants. Gorokov was sitting on a bench in Brooklyn Bridge Park. He was perfectly disguised. A long-haired blonde wig sat well on his bald head. He was dressed in a long female raincoat and blue jeans. From the outside, it might seem that a huge woman or a transvestite was sitting on the bench. But he didn't care. He was waiting for the meeting. Gorokov knew perfectly well who the group was working for. He knew that this cruel bitch was terribly fond of money, right to the point of greed, and she was faithful to them alone. Through her, he intended to get close to Wojtowicz. Perhaps there could be an intermediate link, but he intended to find out about this in the course of a further conversation with Camille. He saw her on the bike path, walking openly, without fear of anything, slowly towards the bench. Gorokov sat without expressing any emotions. It was strange that she was walking like that, casually, but he waited. Not reaching 5 meters to the bench, Camilla took a pistol from the pocket of her white sports jacket and emptied almost the entire clip into Gorokov. The girl shot herself with the last bullet. 3 days later, the Daily Mail news channel was full of very interesting headlines, the first of which was the following.
Elon Musk's son Xavier has finally changed his gender. The body has undergone irreversible changes. The desire to change gender was voluntary and long cherished.
Elon Musk himself, the next morning, beside himself with anger at his son, saw a photo on the table. The heads of 4 men were clearly visible on it. The first of them belonged to Gorakov. The phone rang immediately. Elon Musk picked up the phone with a trembling hand and heard the familiar voice of Wojtowicz.
John Wojtowicz was sitting at his massive desk on which a stack of documents marked "Secret" flickered in the dim light of a desk lamp. From the green lampshade, the light fell exactly on the very sheets that sent a chill through the skin. Wojtowicz had been studying photos and printouts from the CIA for hours, all about the Guardian project. Each new document revealed more and more gruesome details of the CIA's experiments with an alien substance called grey fog. In these photos and in the reports, there were people who had lost everything: memories, self-control, human appearance. The victims of this fog turned into empty shells. Their will became nothing. They seemed to be fulfilling someone else's will, dissolving into a puppet void. It's not just a chemical toxin, Wojtowicz thought, as he held his breath and opened another report. The fog was like a smart poison that did not kill the body, but etched out the consciousness. He turned people into obsessives, as if he was corroding the mind, releasing deeply hidden instincts, suppressing the will. He was sinking deeper and deeper when muffled footsteps sounded outside the door. It was Steve Summers. The door opened and his figure appeared in the dim light. Steve stepped into the office, carefully closing the door behind him. He looked serious and slightly tense, in a black denim jacket with chest holsters, a baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. It was hard to believe that they were back in this pool full of danger and secrets. "You better sit down, Steve," John said, looking at him, and pointed with his gaze at the chair opposite. Steve slowly sat down in front of him, mechanically adjusting the holster at his heart. His eyes fell on the folder with the documents, and he felt that Wojtowicz was not looking up from the papers. "This is about the Guardian project, right? What is it?" he asked hoarsely, as if he wasn't waiting for an answer. "Have they started testing the toxin on humans?" "It's not easy to test, Steve. They've already started using it on several sites," John replied coldly, looking up from the sheets. There was a tension in his voice that Wojtowicz had only in the most urgent cases. Steve frowned, and his gaze froze on the photo lying in the upper corner of the table. There was a picture of a guard at one of the CIA facilities who had already been exposed to the fog. The look of the man in the frame made me feel uneasy. It was as if he was looking into the void. The eyes became glassy. The dilated pupils resembled the eyes of a man who had seen something unbearable. There were bruises around his eye, as if he had not slept for several days, and the corners of his lips twitched slightly, creating a distorted smile that could not be called human. Grey fog is not a toxin, but a real means of mental subjugation. They knew that he was changing the human psyche, but they made a weapon out of him, and, almost alive, Wojtowicz could barely contain his anger, tearing the photos and the text of the report with his eyes. This guard could no longer be responsible for his actions. The fog took away his memories, destroyed his self-awareness. He even forgot his own name. Steve swallowed, took the photos and turned them around. His hands trembled slightly, although he was used to the sight of blood and death. There was something inhuman and frightening about these pictures. Ordinary people exposed to the fog stopped being themselves. They were becoming different. And is this the future of humanity? Steve squeezed out a phrase, his voice muffled. Yes, if the CIA continues this experiment. Wojtowicz leaned on the table and folded his hands in front of him, looking seriously at Steve. They want to gain control over the mass consciousness, and they are ready to destroy anyone who gets in their way. Silence hung over them. Steve felt disgust overwhelm him. He was silent, digesting what he had heard, trying to realize how far people had gone in their quest for power. He looked at Wojtowicz again. Do they think they can just turn on the toxin like a radio signal and turn it off when they need to? After all, it's not just poison, it's a creature. How does it work? According to the data that we have, the toxin penetrates into consciousness and builds a new pattern of behavior, suppressing memories and emotions. Steve, John leaned forward. It's not just chemistry, it's like a new way of controlling the psyche. It seems that the grey fog makes a person afraid until the mind gives up, and then the person obeys. It looks like hypnosis, or something like that, Steve whispered, glancing briefly at the page describing the effects. What else? Did they have any more test subjects? Yes, Wojtowicz replied, nodding at the next page. Several scientists who took part in the tests began to notice strange changes in themselves. One of them forgot what his family looked like. The other started repeating other people's phrases. In the end, they all became part of this guardian. We have to stop them. Steve raised his eyebrows, unable to help but be surprised. He imagined monstrous experiments, but did not even suspect that they were so destructive to the psyche. What if they want to get an army controlled by a single brain? Why else would they need mass exposure? Steve asked, feeling an icy fear rise inside him. If this toxin had spread, it could have destroyed millions of lives. Wojtowicz slowly got up from the table and went to the window. It took him a few seconds to process what he had said. Deep down, he knew that the CIA would never stop there. It would do everything to subjugate people and use them for its own purposes. John stared out the dark window as if trying to find answers there, but then turned to Steve. We'll have to find the place where the lab is and output all the samples. This is the only way we can destroy this project. He stared at his partner as if testing his strength. We already know that we won't be able to stop them. They are creating new weapons of mass destruction, Steve said calmly, although inside he was seething with indignation. And Steve, Wojtowicz leaned on the edge of the table, we can stop them. We can't let this fog destroy everything. In addition, the developments of our department. Summers looked at the documents again. The whole truth was hidden in these reports. If they did not destroy the samples and collect evidence, the CIA would continue this experiment despite the losses. And people who have lost their will, whose minds have been broken by the toxin, will remain only terrible ghosts. Are you sure we can get through their guards? Steve asked, even though he already knew the answer. We will prepare everything necessary. Protective equipment, reinforced masks, antitoxin, but we must remember that no virus is transmitted without a trace. Wojtowicz sternly looked at the documents listing the victims of the experiment, people whose lives were mercilessly distorted. When ready, Steve said stubbornly, looking at Wojtowicz. He wanted to believe that they could stop this nightmare. John answered briefly. He didn't need to be reminded of Steve's loyalty. He knew that he had a man next to him who was ready to go to the end. The dark mass of the ocean stretched out below them as a military helicopter sliced through the air above the water surface, invisible in the night. Wojtowicz sat by the exit, gripping the handrails tightly, occasionally glancing at the Marine Special Forces group that had been prepared for today's mission. The whole operation was kept in the strictest secrecy. A stealth fighter was flying at altitude, covering them from any radar, and updated satellite intelligence was received via communication on the CIA base that they were going to attack. Steve Summers was sitting next to him, dispassionately checking his gear. Over the past 24 hours, they have managed to carefully consider every detail of the operation. Silence hung heavily around the squad, broken only by the sounds of the engine running. The fighters were focused. Their faces were hidden by masks prepared to protect them from the fog and other unknown influences that could occur at the facility. "We are approaching the landing point," the pilot's voice rang out. 5 minutes. The cabin light went out, and everyone switched to night vision. The black earth was slowly approaching, illuminated by the outlines of trees and dense thickets. The base was only a few kilometers away, and every second brought them closer to the place of operation. When the pilot gave the command to land, Wojtowicz silently nodded to his men and prepared to jump. They were planted in a small forest clearing as stealthily as possible. Wojtowicz felt solid ground under his feet and heard the dull sound of propellers behind him as the helicopter began to rise and go back, leaving them in darkness. The communications received messages from the satellite. It recorded every movement around the base, allowing them to bypass the security points. Wojtowicz quickly got his bearings and checked all the fighters. The squad acted harmoniously as a single organism. He glanced at Steve briefly, checking that he was in place, and gave the command to move. Their path had been thought out in advance. There was a dense forest on rocky spurs around the base, and hiding among the trees, they made their way closer to the goal. Steve walked in front, monitoring the perimeter with a night vision device. They tried not to make noise and leave no traces, relying entirely on satellite data, which transmitted real-time visualization to them. The base was located in a valley surrounded by high fences and watchtowers. Illuminated by the weak light of the floodlights, it looked impressive, but Wojtowicz knew that the main part of the object was underground. This place was literally carved out of the rock. The maze of tunnels went down dozens of meters. The facility is guarded by 20 people around the perimeter. A quiet voice sounded in the earpiece. The satellite identified patrolmen with automatic weapons and special devices capable of detecting any movement. The Marines received the data, and each of them already knew what to do. Wojtowicz raised his hand, gesturing for the group to slip through one of the vulnerable points of the fence. The operation was beginning. He signaled to the team, and 2 fighters using a plasma cutter silently made a hole in the fence. One by one, they began to seep in. John and Steve were the last to pass, watching the patrolmen closely. They followed the perimeter with clockwork precision, not paying attention to the fact that armed men had already slipped behind them. "Let's continue," Wojtowicz whispered into the microphone. The fighters were moving forward. They moved quickly and quietly, pausing only at moments when the nearest searchlight accidentally picked out flickering shadows. Wojtowicz checked the connection again, looking at the main building. The object was only a couple hundred meters away. His heart was pounding, but not a single emotion betrayed him. Every movement was verified, and everyone understood that something more than just documents was at stake today. When they entered, a suffocating chemical smell assaulted their breathing masks, even making its way through the filters. Thick cables ran along the walls from which a faint blue light emanated. In places, the walls were covered with dirt, and fragments of tiles lay on the floor, as if the object had been built hastily without taking into account amenities. "The band, follow me," John said into his earpiece. The corridors became more and more entangled. Wojtowicz led the squad, heading for the central complex, to the place where the laboratories with the fog samples were located. The fighters kept tight. Everyone looked carefully around, not missing a single detail. As they passed another bend, voices rang out ahead. Wojtowicz raised his hand, stopping everyone. CIA guards came around the corner. The Marines took aim at them and began to silently but accurately suppress the opponents. There were barely audible sounds of gunfire. The enemies had fallen. The corpses were hidden in niches along the walls, which God knows why they were set up here. No one could even notice that the commandos had passed through here. According to the diagram, the lab is 2 levels below us, Steve said, consulting the base plan. Wojtowicz nodded and stopped for a moment, squeezing his partner's shoulder. His gaze, cold and determined, rested on the doors ahead. At that moment, thoughts pierced his mind. He realized that he was going against not just a laboratory, but a huge force that was playing its game, hidden and dangerous. His project Medium has long caused alarm in government circles. Their department sought to create something capable of reading alien intelligence, and this led to the development of a unique biocomputer that, if it fell into the wrong hands, would give unlimited possibilities for control. Wojtowicz knew that the CIA had long wanted his project, and the Guardian could only be an excuse for further pressure. Perhaps there was a plan behind this whole operation to capture his development. If I make a mistake, they will get to the Medium, the thought flashed. Perhaps their project was just a decoy. Perhaps there was already someone among his people who served the interests of the CIA. The development of a biocomputer required silence, work that does not tolerate prying eyes, but the CIA did not want to miss the opportunity to manage this invaluable resource. If the grey mist becomes part of the Medium project, their world will never be the same again. We can't let them do that, Wojtowicz decided firmly, looking at Steve, who seemed to read the same thought in his gaze. Laboratory! They went down a level below. There were huge glass containers in the hall, inside of which a grey, living mass was swaying. She was shimmering and seemed to be living her own life. Wojtowicz and his team entered the lab, assessing what was happening. Symbols resembling alien hieroglyphs and English warnings were written on the containers. There is a high risk of infection. Do not open it. Behind a wall of glass in sterile white coats, there were several scientists who, upon seeing the military, froze in horror. Wojtowicz signaled to his men, and the door was knocked down. The fighters immediately took up positions surrounding the technicians. "Everyone stay where you are," Wojtowicz barked hoarsely. One of the scientists, trembling, came closer and began babbling about confidentiality. Wojtowicz stared into his eyes. "Are you the coordinator for the Guardian project?" "What is it?" he asked, restraining his growing rage. The scientist nodded, clutching the folder to himself. His gaze darted around the room, looking for an opportunity to escape, but he realized that his chances were zero. "Where are the main development data?" "What kind of documents?" Wojtowicz stepped forward. "The documents," the scientist stammered. "You don't understand. We are close to completion. This is an incredibly valuable development. If you destroy us, you will destroy the opportunity." Wojtowicz didn't let him finish. He understood that this was not a man, but a fanatic, absorbed in his project. The scientist was quickly pushed back to the wall where he was tied up and neutralized. Wojtowicz looked at the containers with the grey mist. The liquid was barely noticeably fluctuating, like a living creature that felt the presence of people. "Steve, we will destroy these samples," Wojtowicz commanded, signaling the installation of explosive devices. The explosives were installed. The squad occupied the last positions for evacuation. Steve held his rifle at the ready, covering Wojtowicz, who was inspecting the lab for the last time making sure that not a single sample of the fog would survive their visit. The rest of the fighters, immersed in tense expectation, also checked their ammunition, preparing for the withdrawal signal. Wojtowicz found himself staring at the shimmering grey liquid behind the glass. The fog seemed to be watching him, trembling and shimmering with an unnatural light, as if it realized that these people were ready to destroy him. John felt that the more he looked at this substance, the more anxieties surged, irrational, as if inspired from the outside. His thoughts were interrupted by a dull sound coming from behind one of the doors. Steve, hearing the noise, raised his weapon. Wojtowicz nodded and signaled to the remaining fighters. 2 Marines quickly jumped back to the door of the laboratory, holding the closed door at gunpoint. When Wojtowicz took a step towards them, one of the soldiers carefully opened it, and everyone saw a man in a white coat who with shaking hands was trying to get something out of his pocket.
"Stop! On the spot!" Wojtowicz barked.
The man froze, raising his hands. There was horror mixed with madness in his eyes, and his mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to say something, but was afraid. Wojtowicz ordered one of the soldiers to search him, and soon the Marine pulled a syringe with some clear liquid out of his pocket. Wojtowicz came closer, looking intently at the man in front of him. It was clear from his pale, trembling face and faded gaze that this scientist, like everyone else at the facility, was here for a reason. On his collar was the inscription, Dr. Milton Harper. "Dr. Harper," Wojtowicz said, trying to keep his tone calm. "Are you in charge of the Guardian project?" Harper swallowed convulsively and nodded. Wojtowicz squinted at him for a moment, as if checking him out. This man could safely be called a fanatic. The weak-willed, hunted expression on his face said that he was ready for anything for the sake of his work. "Why are you still here? Why didn't you run away when you heard the shots?" Wojtowicz asked, gripping the weapon tighter. I couldn't leave," Harper muttered, trying to control his fear. "It was necessary to complete fog. It's not finished yet, but soon we'll understand its nature and discover what you can't understand." The doctor's words were cut off. He was on the verge of hysteria. Wojtowicz looked at him skeptically and then ordered 2 Marines to lead Harper to a glass container with a sample of grey liquid. He wanted the scientist to look at his creation before they destroyed it. "Look at him, Harper," Wojtowicz growled, holding him by the shoulder. "What is this substance? What does it do to people?" The doctor was trembling, but he did not take his eyes off the container. He looked at the wavering liquid with a strange reverence, as if he saw something sacred in it. "You don't understand. It's not just a substance," he croaked, looking at Wojtowicz. "It's a kind of mind. We don't know who created it, but it's not an ordinary toxin. It changes a person, helps them become part of something great, unites their thoughts, creates something more. But it's too early yet." Wojtowicz felt a chill run down his spine. Harper's words sounded like nonsense, but there was something sinister about them that defied ordinary explanation. "What do you mean, early? The CIA uses this for control, right?" he insisted, feeling a growing irritation. "Not only that," Harper whispered, his eyes widening. "You don't see the whole picture? Fog is like a bridge between worlds. With him, we can control their minds, and they can control us." "They will be able to control us." This thought remained in Wojtowicz's head like an echo. He looked around the glass container, feeling a dull anxiety. This was no ordinary experiment. They were playing with something much more powerful here. At that moment, a new noise was heard. People were heading towards them from the back room. They were test subjects. In the dim lighting of the room, Wojtowicz saw their faces. They were empty, but there was a strange, unnatural glow in their eyes. These people have apparently been exposed to the fog, but have not yet become its full victim. Their bodies moved jerkily, as if under someone's orders. "Everyone to your seats! Suppress the threat!" commanded Wojtowicz, holding his weapon at the ready. The commandos opened fire on the test subjects, who continued to move forward without feeling pain. Their bodies fell listlessly to the floor like dolls with cut threads, and each one's face remained frozen like a mask. Wojtowicz, gritting his teeth, aimed at one of the last, realizing that these people had already lost their consciousness and had become only carriers of someone else's will. After the room was empty, they heard a low, raucous laugh. Harper was standing against the glass wall and peering into the fog, which seemed to beckon him even behind the glass. Wojtowicz approached him. "You do realize they're dead, don't you, Harper?" "What is it?" he asked harshly. No, it's not death." Harper's voice was quiet and dreamy. "This is a new level. They are the first to reach it. We will all become like that." Wojtowicz felt that further questions were losing their meaning. These people were influenced by something that broke their will, leaving only shells. He ordered the soldiers to take Harper away. Steve approached Wojtowicz, his face showing concern. "Did you see their eyes, John? They didn't just obey orders. It was as if something else was controlling their thoughts." "I know, Steve." Wojtowicz tried to hide his growing sense of unease. "That's why we're here. The CIA thinks it can control this substance. They think they will bend him to their will, but who knows what it really wants?" Steve nodded softly, looking at the container of toxin. Then he walked away and placed an explosive charge at the base of the glass container. It was the final touch before they left the lab. Harper's clear voice came from behind him. "You can destroy us, but the bridge is already open. This substance is just the beginning. It will change everything." Harper's words acted on Wojtowicz like a final signal. Wasting no time, he ordered the group to move to the exit. Everyone, including the remaining Marines, began to quickly leave the laboratory, checking ammunition as they went. As they walked down the hallway, Steve turned to Wojtowicz. "John, do you think... have they already implemented their fog into other projects? What if this thing has already started to affect someone from our department? If the CIA is already looking for a way to control minds, then who knows what their plans are for our biocomputer?" This thought was already boring into Wojtowicz's mind. He remembered every member of the department, every project that led them to create the technology. The Medium and the Guardian project intersected in a dangerous way. The biocomputer could become an open window, a guide for the fog. And if the CIA captures them, then the only barrier will disappear. They left the base in cold, concentrated silence, driven by only one thought: to get to the evacuation point as soon as possible. The explosive devices were installed, and the group had less than 10 minutes left before the laboratory, with the samples of the fog turned to dust. Steve walked behind, covering the exit of the rest of the team, peering into the corridors, as if new opponents or test subjects possessed by someone else's will might appear out of the darkness behind them. The evacuation point was on a hill behind the base. The party was making their way through the dense foliage when the ground shook behind them. There was a muffled explosion behind them, accompanied by a fiery glow. They stopped for a second to turn around. The flames that shot up from the ground indicated that the laboratory had been destroyed, and with it, the samples of the grey fog. Their mission is accomplished. Wojtowicz took a deep breath, giving himself a brief moment of relief, but Steve touched his shoulder, reminding him that it was time to move on. They were met by the same helicopter that landed them at the point. The fighters quickly boarded, and the steel doors slammed shut behind them. Wojtowicz and Steve sat on hard chairs, strapped themselves in, and silently watched the ground recede as the helicopter took off into the sky. The engines were gradually gaining momentum, taking them away from the place that had caused them so much trouble. Wojtowicz was silent, allowing himself to relax a little, but his head was buzzing with questions to which he had no answers. Steve took off his mask, rubbed his temples tiredly, and sighed heavily. "We did everything we could, John," he said, almost in a whisper, as if afraid to break the tense silence. "But tell me honestly, do you think that's all? After all, we only destroyed the base, but not the project itself." Wojtowicz nodded thoughtfully, but did not immediately respond. Steve's words struck a chord with him, confirming the thoughts that had been haunting him for a long time. What they saw seemed frighteningly irreversible. This fog, its ominous vitality, the ability to change the mind, all this seemed to indicate that the struggle was not over. They could have destroyed the lab, but the Guardian project itself did not. Everything the CIA did, everything it planned, was probably not limited to one facility. Their desire to get this substance was too much like an obsession. Steve looked at John as if trying to read the confirmation of his anxiety in his eyes. Wojtowicz slowly ran his hand through his hair and, without looking at Steve, said, "You're right. We did what we had to do, but that doesn't mean it's over. The CIA will not back down. They always have backup plans. Even if the Keeper didn't work, they'll just start from scratch." Steve narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, looking around at the other fighters who were sitting silently, preoccupied with their own thoughts. Their faces expressed a mixture of relief and anxiety. Everyone understood that what they were facing was something completely different from what they were used to. Steve wondered if the CIA was already putting forward a new plan. He looked at Wojtowicz again and said softly, "What if they have more fog? Or something worse? How can we be sure that they won't try to do it again, but this time in a tougher form?" Wojtowicz finally met his gaze, his eyes cold and determined. "We can't be sure of anything, Steve. But if they start something like this again, we'll find out." He paused. Then, as if talking to himself, added, "We'll find a way to stop it, even if you have to act against your own people." Steve looked at Wojtowicz. There was a vague question in his eyes, but he said it anyway. "We're not angels either, John, and we've used people as material too. Headquarters of the Special Research Department." When the helicopter landed on the roof of the building, the fighters went out into the cool night air. Wojtowicz was the first to step onto the concrete platform, looked back, making sure that the squad was following him, and headed for the exit from the roof. A group of analysts, representatives of the security service, and doctors were already waiting for them in the building. Wojtowicz and Steve, passing by the greeters, walked silently to the office. Leaving the commandos to hand over reports and weapons, they finally found themselves in the silence of his office. The office was in semi-darkness. John sat down on a chair first, smoothed his hair with his hand and took off his gloves, rubbing his face tiredly. He had seen many things over the years, but now he felt as if he had fallen into an unknown abyss from which he could not return as before. "You're thinking about it too, aren't you, John?" Steve's voice rang out. Wojtowicz nodded silently, then leaned back in his chair with an effort. His brain was already analyzing everything they saw. Harper was talking about a bridge between worlds. These words dug into his mind like insidious thorns. He remembered the empty eyes of the subjects, their unnatural movements. All this was something alien, as if they saw a reality hidden from the rest. If the CIA really intends to use this substance for control, then the fog can destroy even the very essence of the human psyche. Steve sat down across from him, and the silence that fell between them was full of tension. You do realize that this is not just a substance, right? It's like a self-replicating network. If at least one sample of the fog remained, if they managed to start spreading, Steve spoke slowly, as if realizing all the consequences of his words. I know, Wojtowicz swallowed hard, trying to pull himself together. But they have their own people. We destroyed the lab, but they still have the capabilities and technology. Who knows where else these samples might be? He understood that they had just destroyed one of the fronts of this hidden war, but the war itself had not ended. Behind this whole operation with the Guardian was the government, eager to control people, to break their will. The CIA had already gone too far, and he realized that he could not stop this system, but he could have caused her problems. At that moment, Wojtowicz suddenly felt strangely uneasy. Deep down, he knew that they were being watched, that the CIA had already built a network that was watching their every move. Maybe even there is a person inside his team who works for them. This thought did not leave him. After all, if the CIA has access to their technology, perhaps their department also has people recruited to transmit data about the medium. All you need is one spy, he thought, feeling a chill run down his spine.
No sooner had he developed this idea than the phone rang. Wojtowicz shuddered, looking at the device. There was no number on the screen, just one inscription. Unknown. He exchanged glances with Steve, who tensed, sensing something was amiss. Without wasting a second, Wojtowicz pressed the button, accepting the call. I'm listening, he said coldly into the phone, trying to hide his excitement.
There was a muffled, slightly distorted breathing on the other end, and then a calm, cool voice that was unlike anything he had heard before. The voice sounded metallic, and it sent chills through John's body. Congratulations, John, said a voice full of indifference. You made the first move, but this is not the end of the game. Wojtowicz felt his fists slowly clench. He realized that it was someone from the CIA, or perhaps an even more influential figure who knew about their every move. We destroyed the laboratory, all the samples. You don't have the fog anymore, Wojtowicz said dryly, trying to hide his concern. There was a short laugh in response, then a voice said, Do you really think so? This project was just one of the options. Fog is just one of our tools. You do understand that we are always one step ahead, and that soon we will have a biocomputer. Wojtowicz felt his insides turn over. A biocomputer. The CIA clearly intends to take over their project, and may already be taking steps to do so. The medium was supposed to remain a secret, and they kept it under the strictest control, but if the CIA seized their biocomputer, the consequences would be catastrophic. This is not your game, Wojtowicz said quietly, but confidently. I won't let you get your hands on the medium. We'll be watching you, the voice said calmly. So, get ready for our comeback move, John. Wojtowicz heard short beeps. The voice disappeared, but the words remained in his mind like a fierce challenge that he was ready for. The noise of short beeps echoed in Wojtowicz's office, and a heavy silence seemed to descend on them from the ceiling. Wojtowicz slowly hung up the phone, holding his fingers on the buttons of the phone, as if hoping that the call might resume, that a cold voice would be heard on the other end once again. But this did not happen. He exchanged a glance with Steve, and it was clear from his expression that Steve was also aware of the scale of the threat that had just been sounded. A biocomputer! They intend to take over our project, Wojtowicz said, choosing his words with disgust. These creatures are playing for a long time. It looks like all our security measures won't stop them. Steve didn't answer. He slowly took off his cap and ran his hand thoughtfully through his hair. This project, which they had been working on for so long, could be destroyed and used against them. The medium is the key to connecting with minds of a different nature, a complex creation capable of establishing contact with what was beyond human understanding. Wojtowicz and Steve have always believed that their development would be a tool for science, for expanding the boundaries of knowledge. But now they saw that in the hands of the CIA, this biocomputer could become another weapon for suppressing the will and controlling people. John, if they get to the medium, we won't stand a chance. They will be able to manipulate the consciousness of any person, including ourselves. We'll be their next test subjects, Steve said, nervously drumming his fingers on the table. He realized more and more that they had come to a point where they would have to risk everything. We can't let them do that, Wojtowicz replied sharply, his voice sounding firm. Our goal now is to protect the project and eliminate the threat, even if it requires us to take drastic measures. On the table in front of him were documents, photographs, and reports collected on the medium in recent years. Each of these sheets was the result of thousands of hours of work, experiments, and lives spent on achieving an incredible goal. Now he understood that the CIA would never stop trying to take over their work, and every employee of the department could be under attack. The next morning, Wojtowicz assembled his entire department. All his men were aware of the assault on the base, but none knew about the call that came in the night, about the voice that challenged and threatened everything they had created. Wojtowicz stood in the briefing room, waiting for everyone to take their seats, and Steve stayed close, silently watching as employees exchanged tense glances. They felt that there might be something terrible ahead. This morning, we received information that our project may be threatened by some interested parties, Wojtowicz began, looking around the room with a tenacious gaze. The CIA is interested in capturing the medium, and in their opinion, we have no way to stop them. They think they can take over our technology and use it for their own purposes. The people sitting in the hall looked at each other in silence. They all understood that Wojtowicz was talking about something serious, perhaps even the most serious threat during the existence of the project. We are going to strengthen security measures and protect every aspect of the project, he continued, but in the event of an attempted takeover, we will have to destroy the medium so that it does not fall into the wrong hands. The staff reacted in different ways. Some turned pale upon hearing such words. Others, on the contrary, only frowned more deeply, realizing that it was their responsibility to protect the project. Wojtowicz knew they would take it seriously, but at the same time, he saw the shadows of fear in their eyes. And to be honest, he was shocked himself. Deciding to destroy the medium meant crossing out everything that had been created by them. I understand that you are all dedicated to this work, and if we have to sacrifice everything for her safety, I hope that you will support me. His words sounded restrained, but firm. Steve looked at Wojtowicz, seeing that he had made a decision. He understood that John was ready to sacrifice the project so that the CIA would not be able to use it for its dirty purposes. But this was not enough. More was needed. A clear plan was needed to protect every employee and every element of the project, which means that it would be necessary to weed out those who might turn out to be a spy. After the meeting, Wojtowicz and Steve left the people to do their work and went into a room equipped for secret briefings. It was a well-protected office, devoid of any connection with the outside world. When the door closed behind them, Steve turned to John. "Do you realize, John, that someone in the department may be their man? They probably already know about our defense plans and perhaps about our reaction to the threat." "I know," Wojtowicz replied, closing his eyes and leaning on the table. "We have to arrange a check for each of our employees, and we need to act quickly." Steve nodded. Realizing that this was the only way to safety, they developed a plan. Interviewing each employee, testing for loyalty, collecting information about everyone who had access to the medium. Wojtowicz knew he couldn't trust anyone until he was sure of their loyalty. For the offensive, 2 days have passed. All employees of the department were checked, but Wojtowicz felt that the threat had not disappeared. Someone could be a spy, or maybe even Harper himself, or his CIA team had embedded surveillance tools in their system. On the 3rd day, after returning from the mission, when he was sitting in his office and looking through the reports, there was a quiet knock on the door. Steve came in looking worried. "John, we have a problem. One of the analysts, Levitt, has disappeared. He is neither at home nor at his workplace, and this morning, data on the project was transferred from his computer. The cameras didn't record him. It was as if he just disappeared." This news startled Wojtowicz. Levitt was one of those who worked on the basic architecture of the biocomputer. If he turned out to be a traitor, it could mean that everything they had created had been exposed to the CIA. Wojtowicz clenched his teeth, feeling anger overwhelm him. "We have to find him," he said, his voice full of determination. "Steve, contact the agency. Put him on the wanted list. If he works for them, he could be our worst enemy." Steve nodded and immediately contacted the field agents. However, deep down, Wojtowicz knew that it might be too late. That night, he sat in his office for a long time, looking at the dark glass walls. Images of the destroyed laboratory flashed before his eyes, the faces of the test subjects, the mad eyes of Harper, and the trembling shadows in the laboratory. He thought that now it was not just the system that was against them, but people who were ready to do anything for their goals. The next day, Wojtowicz learned that Levitt had been discovered in one of the CIA's hidden centers, where he was interrogated and involved in the development of a new mind control technology. This was the final touch to the understanding that the CIA had begun a new phase of the project. They captured Levitt, and with him, some of the knowledge about the medium. Steve looked down as he entered John's office. "They're on the offensive, John. We couldn't stop them." Wojtowicz just nodded, feeling empty inside. The CIA has made its move. The game had started all over again. But now he understood. They may be defeated. All he knew was that now they had to protect or destroy everything they had. A new battle awaited them ahead.
A desk lamp cast a soft glow on John Wojtowicz's massive desk, illuminating papers covered with diagrams, drawings, and notes. Everything about the Medium project, the biocomputer they had worked on so carefully, taking into account all the possibilities, lay before him like the last frontier before the battle. The situation became more than clear. The CIA was already preparing to seize his project, which means that the Medium was in serious danger. Wojtowicz understood that he did not have any sanctions for the destruction of the biocomputer, and the US government would never approve such a step. Medium was considered a national treasure, a technology that surpassed imagination and brought them closer to contact with another mind firsthand. But John knew that once the Medium fell into the hands of the CIA, everything they built would become a weapon beyond his personal control. And behind all that was done were billions of dollars in injections, science, and technology. In the end, the CIA will simply scrap Wojtowicz with honors at the memorial cemetery.
He called Steve Summers into his office. Steve, with a serious expression on his face, entered, closed the door tightly behind him, and sat down opposite the boss, glancing briefly at the table filled with documents.
Did you call? What is it about?
Wojtowicz was silent for a few moments, drumming his fingers tensely on the table. He knew that talking to Steve would be difficult, but there was no other way. Steve, he finally began, his voice heavy and determined. We will destroy the medium, completely. It's the only way to keep the CIA from getting to him. Summers froze, peering into Wojtowicz's face as if trying to catch a hint of a joke. But Wojtowicz was serious. You do realize that this is crazy, right? Steve finally said, raising his eyebrows a little. The government won't give you carte blanche to destroy the project. This is the height of absurdity, John. You know that very well yourself. Maybe, John replied coldly, looking straight into Steve's eyes. But we don't have a choice. Either we destroy the project or the CIA will take it away, and then the medium will become a weapon of mass control for them. They're going to take over our technology and use it for their own purposes. And I won't allow that. Steve pursed his lips, thinking about what he had said. He always knew that Wojtowicz was a man of principles and was not used to backing down. But this decision was something special. Too radical even for him. John, but if we destroy the medium, we will simply cancel all the work of the department. Do you think the government will just ignore this? Wojtowicz smiled grimly, as if he no longer cared what the government thought when it found out. He got up, went to the window, and thought for a moment, looking at the night city. Steve, understand it's not just about our work. The whole project, every damn bio component of the medium, is not just a machine. This is access to the mind, to control over consciousness. Once the CIA takes this into their own hands, they will change all of us. There won't be any more people left. It's just going to be a car driving a car. Steve was lost in thought again. He understood. They have not just a development on their hands, but something that can change the very nature of man. Their biocomputer was a revolution, but now the revolution has turned into a weapon. And what are you going to do? Steve asked, finally looking up. You don't think you can just take out and destroy the project alone, do you? John leaned back in his chair and exhaled heavily. I have already contacted our contacts in China. I sent a request to organize an attack through the branch. We will need the help of hackers. Hundreds of hackers working at the same time. We will launch an attack on the medium and block all its systems. Steve even whistled. He knew that Wojtowicz could take drastic measures, but a massive cyber attack involving Chinese specialists? It was like something grand and dangerous. John, do you understand what you're saying now? His voice was full of concern. Do you want to cause an international scandal? Go against the CIA with the help of Chinese hackers? It's suicide, but it's more like treason. Wojtowicz shrugged his shoulders. Maybe so, but if this is the price for leaving the entire project and the fate of our department safe, then so be it. Are you ready for this, Steve? We will destroy him, and perhaps a tribunal awaits us both, with a known outcome. Steve was silent for a long time. He knew that Wojtowicz had a difficult character, that for him the mission was always more important than personal safety. But now their lives and the future of the entire department were at stake. However, Steve knew that there was no other way out. If they don't do anything, the CIA will take over the project, and then a completely different war will begin. A war for the control of people's minds. Okay, John, he said slowly. If you're sure this is the only way, I'm with you. But understand, it's going to be risky, and we need to prepare properly. The next few hours were spent planning. Wojtowicz, Steve, and their team carefully thought through every step. A key part of the plan was a hacker attack. Chinese specialists had to gain access to the internal systems of the biocomputer and disrupt its operation. They gathered all the necessary data about the protective mechanisms of the medium, identified its weaknesses, and built tactics. At night, Wojtowicz established an encrypted communication channel with a representative of the Chinese group known by the code name Poppy Lotus. In the dim light of the monitor, he was talking to a man he had never seen, but whom he trusted on an intuitive level. Poppy Lotus explained that he had gathered the best hackers from a network of anonymous experts. They all understood that this was an unusual task that required special precision. Someone was practicing algorithms in the dark. We'll start with the simplest viruses that will check how your protection system works, explained the Poppy Lotus. After that, we will launch a massive attack to neutralize the reaction of the biocomputer and disable its self-protective protocols. Wojtowicz listened attentively, writing down the details of the plan. How long will it take? What is it? He asked, realizing that they would not get a second chance. Besides, you understand that we need all the information accumulated by the biocomputer in a single medium, and these are terabytes of information, if not more. If everything goes according to plan, no more than 6 hours. But there is one if, the Poppy Lotus warned. If your biocomputer has self-learning mechanisms, this may be a problem. He can adapt to our viruses, and then we will have to come up with new ways of attacking. Wojtowicz knew that Medium was built as a self-learning system, capable of recovering from an attack. But in this case, he had an additional plan. Simultaneous physical destruction of the biocomputer. Late at night, when Steve walked into Wojtowicz's office, he was sitting with a test tube in his hand. It contained a colorless solution that they had developed as an emergency measure to erase data, a special neuroparalyzer that destroys any biological structure. He could instantly damage the remodeling circuits on which the work of the medium was based. What is it? Steve asked, pausing at the door, his voice full of apprehension. This is the last step. A neuroparalyzer, John replied, holding the test tube up to the light. If the hackers fail or the system starts to recover, we will insert it into the biocomputer. He will cut the chains, and then there will be nothing left. Steve came closer, realizing that this was more serious than he thought. He looked at his boss with concern, seeing that he was ready to do anything for the sake of the goal. Are you really going to go all the way? What is it? He asked, not hiding his anxiety. Wojtowicz smiled wearily, closing his eyes for a second. Yeah. If it gives us a chance to keep the project out of the hands of the CIA, yes, Steve. I will go. It's not a matter of choice. This is our duty. They exchanged tense glances, realizing that they would not be able to go back. The cold night air was creeping through the cracks of the window opening when Wojtowicz returned to his office. Behind him, the door lock clicked softly, isolating him and Steve from the rest of the world. Everything in their operation depended on one goal: to break the biocomputer system to the ground, leaving the CIA no chance of restoring it. Wojtowicz's decision to turn to the Chinese hacker network was desperate, but the only right one, and tonight they had to make final arrangements. The path to Chinese specialists was built through complex communication networks. Encrypted channels, direct and false, went through dozens of points to hide the target, but the end always pointed to one person. The one Wojtowicz was going to talk to was known in the dark networks by the code name Shadow of Bagua. It was said that his team was the best on the entire eastern side of cyberspace and could bring down even secure government networks in a matter of hours. Today, the Shadow of Bagua and his hacker group were supposed to be the decisive force that would destroy the medium. The light from a dim desk lamp picked out the outlines of the screen, and Wojtowicz, sitting at the table, intently watched the communication line, which finally flickered green. A simple image resembling a Chinese character appeared on the screen, and after a few seconds, a quiet, broken voice with a slight accent filled the speakers. Wojtowicz, in touch. We are ready. All the preparatory stages have been completed, a voice rang out, soft but full of firm confidence. You can be sure that we have assembled the best team for this task. Wojtowicz nodded, catching his breath. He knew that the only chance to destroy the medium was a coordinated, fast, and error-free attack. The biocomputer system was protected by numerous protocols that could adapt to threats on their own. If something goes wrong, their entire operation will fail, and the CIA, having obtained their development, will deprive people of the right to freedom. Thank you for your support, Wojtowicz said with restraint. It is important that the system does not have a single chance to recover. Will you be able to act smoothly enough? We have already tested all the vulnerabilities in the laboratory, replied Shadow Bagua. Your device is self-learning, but we know how to suppress its reaction. We have allocated separate commands for each stage of the attack. One for hacking, the other for suppressing recovery. It's like a war on 1,000 fronts, but we can win it. Steve was sitting next to Wojtowicz, listening intently to the dialogue. His mind was preoccupied with everything they had to do and the inner fear that the plan might get out of control. When LcipKmAGAAeh1bPDKr1fnj6LfDZm8Y5Ubj finished, Steve gestured to Wojtowicz that he would like to ask a question. "Let me get this straight, Lotus," Steve said, looking at the screen. "What happens if the biocomputer starts intercepting viruses? The system can rewrite malicious code, adapting to the attack." There was silence for a second, and Steve had already decided that he would not receive an answer, but then Lotus calmly said, "We foresaw this possibility. We have a backup group of 50 people who will change viruses in real time, reacting to every step of the biocomputer. Trust me, we will have no other outcome but success." Wojtowicz's normally impassive face brightened for a moment. He had not felt so confident for a long time, as if their fate was not in his hands, but in the hands of people who understood and shared his goals. "I'm glad to hear that, Lotus," Wojtowicz said, his voice low but determined. "You and your team will receive full access privileges as soon as we launch the initial phase of the attack. But keep in mind, if they want to restore the system, they won't waste time on ceremonies. The full power of the CIA will be against us. If anything happens, you will be removed." "Wojtowicz, we are used to dealing with opponents of the highest level. You wouldn't stand on ceremony either," Lotus Shadow's voice rang out, and there was a slight sneer in it. "Your fears are not unfounded, but I assure you, the CIA will not get its way. We work quickly and leave a minimum of traces. By morning, everything will be over, and the biocomputer will become just a myth." Steve, who was sitting next to him, looked at Wojtowicz, and there was anxiety in his gaze. "John, but then what? We are committing an international crime here? An attack on a strategic facility. As soon as the CIA finds traces of hacking, they will start looking for the culprits, and they will not stop until they find us." Wojtowicz shrugged slightly. "You're right, Steve. A group of unknown hackers from China will be blamed for everything. We will expose them with a gasket." The beginning of the attack. A couple of hours later, when all the systems had been tested and the Lotus team had lined up their positions, Wojtowicz sent LcipKmAGAAH1bPDKr1fnj6LfDZm8Y5Ubj an access code that opened a channel to the basic structure of the biocomputer. This code was created by him personally and gave access to the central operating system of the medium, allowing hackers to penetrate every level of its protection. "We start at 0300 in exactly 15 minutes, Lotus's voice rang out. "We will launch the first virus package. The signal is coming in real time, so your systems will start recording the attack in a few seconds." "Great," Wojtowicz nodded. Steve swiped at the control panel, and streams of data began to line up on the screens around them, indicating the process of the attack. Red and blue lines were flashing, indicating how the biocomputer system was trying to resist. The Lotus Shadow team began to strike the first blow. The chaos of viruses flooded the central server, and the protection began to weaken. A minute later, Wojtowicz saw how the biocomputer system began to generate recovery codes, but LcipKmAGAAH1bPDKr1fnj6LfDZm8Y5Ubj and his team quickly adjusted. The hacker's words turned out to be true. As soon as the biocomputer attempted to recover, the Chinese group instantly sent a new virus code, suppressing the reaction. Every second was critically important. If the system resisted too much, the CIA might notice the hack and try to intercept it. But the team worked as a single organism. Their viruses were rewritten on the fly, blocking self-healing modules. Steve stared at the indicators on the screen, feeling the tension in every nerve. "John, I hope you know what you're doing. These guys are professionals, but if the CIA runs its firewall into a single server, we won't be able to do anything," he whispered, trying not to distract the commander. Wojtowicz nodded, understanding the responsibility. "If something goes wrong, we have one last move." He glanced at the neuroparalyzer syringe standing next to him. "But I hope it doesn't come to that." Green indicators began to light up on the screens. The biocomputer system was gradually being suppressed. Each virus packet destroyed another barrier, and now hackers have gained access to central databases. They were uploading thousands of lines of code that was supposed to destroy everything once and for all. But suddenly an alarming message appeared on the screen. "Recovery attempt." The The biocomputer activated its self-defense systems for the last time, trying to discard viruses. Shadow Bagua. The system has activated backup protection, Wojtowicz said quickly, relaying the signal to the hackers. We foresaw this, the Shadow replied calmly. Relax, Wojtowicz. Now will be our final move. Steve and Wojtowicz held their breath. The monitors flashed with alarming flashes, as if the medium was fighting for his life himself, trying to resist the onslaught of viruses. The algorithms of the biocomputer were rapidly being rebuilt, protecting themselves from intrusion. On the screens in front of Wojtowicz, columns of code were lined up, changing in real time, while the system, designed to communicate with unknown minds, turned into a reasonable enemy defending itself with frightening fury. Steve watched as if mesmerized. Streams of data were hitting backhand, alternating one after another, like explosions of light and fire. He's fighting, Steve breathed, feeling a chill down his spine. John, we are witnessing the birth of more than just self-defense. This biocomputer is fighting for life. The medium began to come to life before their eyes. Every hacker attack, every virus code aimed at destroying his system, was blocked while the neural circuits of the biocomputer were rebuilt into a single defense mechanism. The system was strenuously generating recovery codes, desperately trying to regain control of its database. Shadow, urgently increase the intensity of the attack, Wojtowicz said into his earpiece. We're losing the advantage. Copy that, Wojtowicz, the hacker's tense voice rang out. But the more resistance there is, the more people I need to attack. The biocomputer has started using advanced self-defense algorithms. This is no longer an ordinary hack. Wojtowicz, barely breathing, watched as the system created by his department turned into a closed mind, protecting its data like a living being. Red and blue symbols appeared on the screen one after another, indicating failed attacks, blocked viruses, and restarted protection algorithms. Suddenly, loud static was heard in Wojtowicz's earpiece, and Shadow Bagua said anxiously, The biocomputer has raised the protective barriers of the second level. It looks like he's isolating part of the system to block our access. Steve clenched his teeth, his gaze darting between the monitors. He knew that if the medium could reach the third level of protection, then their attack could fail. And then the CIA would restore the biocomputer. There was less and less time left. Then let's make the final attack, Wojtowicz said decisively, looking at the ampule with the neuroparalyzer. He's trying to protect his memory now. We introduce the substance. We must make sure that the biocomputer cannot predict this. Steve nodded and slowly entered the activation code for the toxin supply. Thin tubes embedded in the network of the biocomputer began to supply a neuroparalyzer, which was supposed to destroy the main blocks of its processing. The system was created on the basis of artificial neural circuits, and when exposed to the substance, it was supposed to begin to disintegrate. On Wojtowicz's screen, the biocomputer got agitated. A series of lines darted to the sides, as if the machine began to feel that it was being attacked not only from the outside but also from the inside. The code was frantically rewritten, flashing red. The system was trying with all its might to suppress the toxin. The fight began, and the deadly substance invaded the system. Damn it, he's fighting! John, he's changing the configuration! Steve shouted, watching as the data streams began to break and then reconnect, as if adjusting to the effects of the toxin. Suddenly, one of the monitors went off, then the other. The biocomputer system, losing control over parts of the network, began to direct energy flows to maintain the main circuits. It was like the screams of a machine that didn't want to die. Security protocols were being activated at breakneck speed, and some of them even tried to cut off the electricity in the building to block the supply of the toxin. Wojtowicz and Steve, surrounded by flashing screens, realized that the biocomputer was trying to sabotage their actions. There was a crash in the next room. Screams were heard from there. One of the employees in charge of energy distribution and data flows ran out into the hallway, his face covered in sweat and fear. The biocomputer has started producing feedback signals. We are losing control of the equipment. The laboratory is unstable. Wojtowicz gritted his teeth, heading to the monitor where the laboratory's security systems were displayed. On the screen, he saw how the network of the biocomputer, as if alive, sent signals to turn on and off the voltage, which led to short circuits. Lotus, we need the final blow. He's starting to affect our own systems, Wojtowicz shouted into the microphone, realizing that there was almost no time left to fight. Shadow Bagua replied with tension in his voice. There will be an increased attack now. Wojtowicz, hold on. We will have to accelerate the power to the maximum. Additional indicators appeared on Wojtowicz and Steve's monitors, and before their eyes the biocomputer began to cover the network with a new layer of viruses. However, despite the impact, the medium was developing additional security codes, strengthening the backup circuits. It was like a desperate opponent, cornered, throwing his last strength at survival. Steve saw colleagues in neighboring rooms trying to stabilize the equipment, but each new pulse coming from the center of the biocomputer disrupted stability. People were screaming, someone was grabbing the equipment, trying to keep it from short circuits. John, the biocomputer has really started to resist. He's generating electrical impulses through his channels, said Steve, turning to Wojtowicz. The system can overload to death everyone who works here. Wojtowicz squinted at the last active monitor. His voice sounded firm and hoarse. We will destroy it. Another launch. In response, Shadow Bagua threw a calm but tense understood and activated the next layer of attack. The supply of viruses increased significantly, heading directly to the control center of the biocomputer. The protective chains began to break down and it seemed that they were about to win. But then Wojtowicz saw one of the employees standing at the terminal, grab his head, scream, and collapse to the floor. His body was cramped. The next moment, several more people in the hall began to feel unbearable pain. John, what's going on? Steve shouted, watching the staff fall to the floor like defeated soldiers, choking on screams. The biocomputer began to release radio signals aimed directly at the nerve endings. He's attacking their brains, whispered Wojtowicz, realizing the horror of what was happening. In front of his eyes, the biocomputer, like a beast that has come to its senses, began to generate strong impulses directed towards the human brain. People around fainted from headaches, bloody tears appeared on their faces. The medium tried to kill everyone who posed a threat to him. Steve, clutching his head, felt an unbearable pain rush into his brain. He felt like his head was going to explode. He instinctively leaned away, his vision began to blur, and eerie shadows danced before his eyes. John, he's going to destroy us, Steve whispered, trying to stay on his feet. Wojtowicz, gritting his teeth, did not take his eyes off the screen. He knew that if they didn't finish the attack now, destroy the biocomputer, then he would survive and send their own data to the CIA. Shadow, the last blow! Wojtowicz shouted, seeing how the biocomputer system was starting to lose control. A second later, the last wave of viruses flooded into the network of the biocomputer, and at that moment he finally gave up. The monitors went out, the ominous pulses stopped, and silence covered the entire building. The extinguished monitors left Wojtowicz's room in an alarming silence. Blinded by the flickering and pain, the employees of the Special Development Department, whose bodies were bending under the waves of biocomputer impulses a minute ago, began to come to their senses. Someone was looking around dazedly, someone was trying to get up, clinging to tables and terminals, and someone was just lying, covered by the ragged shadows of the broken circuits of the biocomputer. Steve sat down on the floor, breathing heavily, with his back against the wall. His eyes were red and his face was covered with perspiration, but he still managed to look up at Wojtowicz. Did we destroy it? He croaked, getting to his feet through pain and effort. Wojtowicz looked at the darkening screen, where a minute ago there was a battle between hacker viruses and the stubborn but doomed system of the medium. He wanted to answer, but noticed a red light flashing on the side of the screen, a reminder of the completion of the last level of protection. The biocomputer, as if realizing its fate, turned on a disaster recovery program that was supposed to resuscitate its systems. He's still trying to recover, Wojtowicz breathed wearily. Damn creature. It looks like the stunner didn't completely destroy the neural circuits. The shadow of Bagua, who reappeared on their connection, immediately caught the alarm in Wojtowicz's voice. We've done our best, Wojtowicz, but the system is still struggling. Its backup modules are located on hidden circuits. It looks like they could have been built into the building at the design stage. Are you saying that the biocomputer has hidden sources of recovery? Steve asked, barely able to contain his irritation. Exactly, Lotus replied with a noticeable cold detachment. This is not just a system, but a hybrid network. She will recover from any available reserves, as long as she has enough power and data. Steve's head dropped, and Wojtowicz felt the same chilling horror as before. The medium did not just survive the attack, it was as if he sought to repel it, forcing his creators to see his new autonomous power. It was created not just as a computer, but as a smart connection that can exist independently of external commands. Then listen to me carefully. Wojtowicz's voice sounded uncompromising. We can't let him recover. We assemble a team and physically destroy all its key modules. We have to see this through to the end. While Shadow Bagua was developing a new plan to contain the reserves of the biocomputer, Wojtowicz and his team, despite their weakness after the attack, were preparing for the decisive step, the physical destruction of the medium's circuits. Several operators straightened up with difficulty, wiping blood from their noses, and rushed to the laboratory where the neural modules of the biocomputer were located. Thin wires and cables connected them to the building, like the ingrown roots of a huge living organism. Seizing axes and hooks from fireboxes, the staff began methodically destroying the equipment. Steve, taking a fire extinguisher, literally began to burn out the power supply nodes until the mechanisms that were once responsible for tissue remodeling died down. Powerful blows on the chains of the medium bounced around the room with a dull echo. The electricity was turned off to stop any restart processes. Wojtowicz watched helplessly as the employees one by one destroyed the last elements of the medium, but on his face was not joy, but despair. Every hammer blow, every severed wire meant the end of their joint work. This was supposed to be a breakthrough for all of humanity, Steve said, lowering the axe and looking at the pieces of equipment that were lying under his feet. And now, we're turning this into ashes. Wojtowicz closed his eyes, feeling all the tension of the last few days hit him at once. But the decision was made. Finally and irrevocably. It was the only chance to protect the medium from the CIA and prevent it from being turned into a machine for subjugating human will. However, a moment later, their plan took an unexpected risk. Shadow Bagua got in touch with the warning. Wojtowicz, bad news. While we were hitting the recovery systems, the CIA noticed our tracks. They activated their counteraction department and sent a message through their internal channels. What does this mean? Steve clenched his fists, anticipating the worst. The CIA is preparing a team to take over control, or at least stop the destruction process while they have a chance. They can get to you at any minute. Wojtowicz, instantly realizing the seriousness of the situation, ordered the staff to speed up their work. Now they had only a few minutes to destroy the remaining elements of the medium and prevent the CIA from interfering. Everyone who was still on their feet began to smash the equipment, flooding it with chemicals, tearing out wires, destroying communication circuits. They fought with technology as with an enemy on the battlefield, with blows, rumbles, and the sound of falling parts. Wojtowicz and Steve, without stopping fighting, directed employees to block all networks. The laboratory became a battle zone where every wire, every chip or panel meant new barriers for the medium to be destroyed. But the last risk remained. They did not know what else the biocomputer was hiding, what it was capable of. And this was their last challenge. One of the employees connected to the control module tried to launch the final reset program, but the medium issued a new stream of signals that poured from the inside directly into the building's network. The sense of danger increased. Wojtowicz, looking at the lights on the screen, realized that the biocomputer was not giving up. The huge screens began to flicker again, as if the biocomputer, mad with rage, was sending out the last waves of resistance. Suddenly, one of the employees screamed, clutching his head, and then fell to the floor, convulsing. The medium was trying to knock them out using the last backup signals. "Let's get out of the lab! Urgent!" Wojtowicz shouted, grabbing Steve's arm. We have to turn off the power to the whole building at once! They ran out into the hallway where they could already hear the sounds of falling furniture and the clang of equipment being turned off. People ran out, knocking down everything in their path when the system froze for a moment. But then the biocomputer began to overload, as if preparing to release the last pulse. There's almost no time left. The shadow of Bagua, realizing that they might be trapped to death, issued a final order on the air. Retreat. Wojtowicz, go away. I am submitting the final virus to overload the systems. In 60 seconds, everything will explode. Steve and Wojtowicz rushed to the exit, almost knocking down the staff, and managed to get out of the laboratory at the last moment. A dull explosion was heard behind them as the system, having received an overload, began to collapse from the inside. Her circuits exploded, and warmth washed over them at the exit as the last, desperate pulse of the biocomputer rang out. The molten remains of the laboratory were still smoking in the night. Black clouds of smoke rose from the ruins, and Wojtowicz and Steve stood panting on the roof of the servo factory building, and watched as the destroyed biocomputer finally dissolved into flames. The building that was once the heart of their project has turned into a giant, blackened skeleton. But they knew it wasn't over yet. The cell phone in Wojtowicz's pocket suddenly vibrated, pulling him out of his gloomy contemplation. He slowly took it out, realizing that the call was most likely the beginning of a response. The number was not determined, only the word unknown was on the screen. Steve, noticing the anxious expression on Wojtowicz's face, nodded curtly, turning pale. They both knew it could have been a call from the CIA. Wojtowicz is in touch, he said without losing his composure. A cold, emotionless voice came from the speaker. John, congratulations on a successful operation. You managed to win the battle, but you're going to lose the war. Wojtowicz did not expect to hear this voice. It was the deputy head of the CIA's project department, a man who always remained in the shadows and appeared only in moments of crisis. This voice, distorted by electronic interference, was filled with an indifferent, almost frightening calmness. You destroyed the medium, the voice continued, but your audacity is costing you a lot more than you think. We already know about your contacts with the shadow of Bagua and his narrow-eyed sixes. Supporting foreign intelligence in a subversive operation is treason. Steve stared at Wojtowicz, stunned. But Wojtowicz, on the contrary, only tightened his grip on the phone. I did it because I saw that you wanted to use a biocomputer to control people's minds, he replied calmly. You want us to become puppets of your power. And while I'm at the helm, you won't get that chance. There was a short laugh, and the voice continued. John, you underestimate us. Do you think you can hide the destruction of a national site? The CIA will get proof of your betrayal no matter how many labs you destroy. The medium is only part of what we are planning. We are already working on the next stage. Wojtowicz realized that his efforts would not stop the CIA. The words of the interlocutor meant that they had already prepared a backup plan, an alternative to the medium. And now, after his actions, they would leave him no choice. Do you think you can seize all our projects and have me marshaled? What is it? He asked, hearing his own echo in the emptiness of the night. You're too confident in your power. We've already struck back, John, and soon it won't be just you who will feel it. The voice became dangerously quiet. You've lost carte blanche for UFO project management, but don't worry. You'll soon feel for yourself what it means to resist the system. The beeps cut off the conversation, leaving Wojtowicz in anxious silence. He felt a chill spreading through his body. It wasn't a simple threat. It was the beginning of the end. The authorities have already begun to look for those responsible, and the news of the hacker attack got into classified reports. Meanwhile, a barrage of covert pressure descended on Wojtowicz. He began to receive summonses for interrogations, document checks, and personnel purges began in the department. Several people who supported his decisions disappeared from the state overnight. The next day, Steve showed up at his office, locking the door and throwing a couple of subpoenas on the table. This is just the beginning, John, he said, rubbing his temples wearily. They will decide to destroy us. I do not know what's next. You do realize that we could just be eliminated, right? Wojtowicz looked at Steve, feeling the uncertainty in his partner's eyes for the first time. Steve was with him to the end, but now that the system had begun its pressure, he didn't know if they could stand it. "I knew I was taking a risk," Wojtowicz replied. Steve nodded, but his gaze remained intense. "Yes, John, I understand, but now everything is hanging by a thread. The authorities have already begun to suspect us of international relations and undermining security. Perhaps you've lost your last trust." Wojtowicz nodded silently, realizing that their department could now become a target. They might already be doomed, but he knew one thing: if he had chosen a different path, he would have betrayed himself.